You mean the Ordo like Militarum or something like that? And then another one goes, no, he means the Imperial Guards. You see how their position has gone from soldier to title that basically means nothing to, oh, you're just a guard. You're literally worth nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That's what pisses me off the most, where the mutants have essentially took what was supposed to always have been the meat of this army, the real purpose, the real fighting machine, and has systematically reduced their position of prominence so much so that they're viewed as less than what they once were. Again, it infuriates me. I just want to take every single space and I don't mean like Space Marines specifically. I want to take every single fucking chapter master for like every single like still loyal legion out there, or not even legion, so I keep forgetting chapter, and just say, okay, you have all fucked up majorly. I want you to all take these guns that I put in front of you all, and I'm going to ask you to kill yourself. And then before you do that, though, I want you to tell all your men to do the same until the most like lowest rank exists. Then you will kill yourself. That's what I would love to do. I would love nothing more than to just have them all off themselves in some stupid great war and call it a day. Again, I have no hope in the Imperium of Man anymore. I have lost that the moment I started to see the rot set in. And no, I'm not joining the Chaos side either. I stick strictly to the Adeptus Mechanicus, and I've decided I'm going to just take one of our fucking ships. I'm going to find some planet that hasn't been completely fucked over by this stupid war, and I'm going to just stay there and rust to death.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
The galaxy can kill itself. I'm staying on this little jungle world until either side finds me, or B, I die. Either way, I'm calling it quits. Fuck y'all.
Don't try not to trip when you step down off your soapbox there.
I have a lot to say, trust me.
Yeah. My goodness.
I hope you guys. So I finished the commission and I sent it. Oh shit! I gotta send it in her DMs. I don't think it's anything too special. You know, it's just a mangle thing. It's just panty entrapment. It's not anything too special. But if you guys want to see it early, I'm giving it to you early. So
don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. I just sent it to Rev and Goku because Goku's on. Well, he's semi-subscribed to me because he can't actually subscribe, so he just paid me on PayPal, and I just send him the stuff in Discord. So,
I mean, if it's worth it to him, why not?
I know I should be probably doing some other NSFW stuff, but I'm just gonna play Monster Hunter because I'm so burnt out right now. If that's
no, it's fun.
I'm gonna be.
Also, I love the armor.
Sometime.
I love the armor you got. By the way, this kind of like bootleg Iron Man look.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna grind for the Rathalos set. I'm just farming for some flash bombs right now. So.
Oh right, they used to be bombs before. I'm so used to them being bugs now. Also, can I just say I want meat on a bone one day.
Yeah.
Like, I know it doesn't exist, but that looks so good. It's like, well, no, I take that back. I know that there's a place in Japan specifically that specializes in like video game foods, and one of them is they actually make one of the dishes for Monster Hunter. I want to go there.
Really?
Meat on the bone.
Yes, I'm not joking.
They got a whole shit ton of niche things at in Old Nippon. There was a girl I used to talk to in California. It was very annoying though. How seldom we can keep in touch, but she had a huge fart fetish, and one of the last instances I talked to her, she was talking about how she went to Japan and actually found a cafe where all the servers would basically air up, all the waitresses would air up to be able to fart on demand, and I was like, whoa, how the hell did you okay.
I need to know the name of this location so I can totally avoid it.
We're gonna take the entire server there. We're gonna do a field trip.
it's I think there were some annoying stipulations. Like it was basically there was like no physical contact allowed and no photography and things of that nature. But you know,
I can imagine. I can imagine the latter.
but still, she apparently was in hog heaven for a short while.
What was that? She was in what?
Hog heaven.
I've never heard that expression.
Let me make sure. Let me get a hog heaven meeting. A state of complete happiness. Can I get the etymology?
Here it
Etymology.
is. So I found the food. So here, let me send it to you, Jordan, real quick.
Alright.
Behold.
I'll be honest,
Duck on
the Monster Hunter World version of the food looks amazing. Like, goddamn.
Oh yeah, it's shockingly simple to cook. It's just a matter of preparation and all that sort of shit.
That actually looks pretty accurate to the game.
Yeah.
That's a gem.
Yeah, and I'm like, I kind of want, like, I can see what some of it is. It's fried shrimp, tempura rice with an oyster, pineapple, Swedish meatballs, both fried and non-fried shrimp, ham en rouge, and sweet potato, crab soup, Swiss cheese, fermented onion in a jar, a health drink on the corner, and finally, I think that's duck on the ranch.
Really?
All dishes you can make out of the comfort of your home. They're just time consuming.
Wow.
So tasty.
Absolutely. I would kill to eat this sort of, like, this kind of a hearty meal. It's both this, and I want to go to...
Yeah, kill some Rathalos. I mean, you gotta.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I have to spend the next hours fucking grinding to get it set.
Well, I want, specifically for me, I want to go... There's something I've always wanted to do, and that is go to New Orleans and pig out. Just absolutely pig out.
Alright, I lost my feed, didn't I?
Yes.
Okay. Would I be, like, usurping his, stream, or...
No. I think both of ours can play at the same time. It's just a matter of...
It's just you would have to select
camera.
which one you want. Yeah. So you see how in the corner.
Share my screen. No. Yeah. Oh well.
Good job, numbnuts. Oh god, like po' boys, fucking po' boys. Oh god, so good, and so many fraud. Like it is the capital of fucking what's it called? Crawfish. I would die a happy man. I would be fine with my stomach exploding if I had to just endure all this. It's like good food, good music, casual nudity. It'll be perfect.
Oh yeah, I forgot the female sets are all so fucking lewd in these games.
Yeah, it's like bikini armor for everyone.
I gotta play as a woman soon, and I'm gonna use the ranged weapons when I do it, because obviously the weaker body strength. Why is Lagaiger so racist?
Because it hates you. It knows what you did last time, and it wants payback.
I mean, I did turn its body into, I cut off its tail so many times.
Why does he keep doing this?
It keeps going back. Son of a bitch!
I mean, as soon as
Oh,
I
yeah.
get the Rathalos sword, I'm going back to kill it and get its fucking armor.
Alright.
You're gonna die, clown.
No, I'm just thinking of like when I mentioned the whole like he's back for revenge. I just thought that one stupid thing from Mass Effect, the whole like, oh no, it's Sovereign's half brother Sluggard. He's back and he's looking for some payback. That fucking just like, thank you. I needed a corny B movie in my game. Thank you.
Well, yeah, that's Blasto.
Oh yeah, I would unironically watch Blasto. I would be all for it. I would pay good money to see a full hour Blasto movie.
So it's fun. Oh shit! That reminds me. I've got one day I needed to play through Strong Bad's awesome game for attractive people. I watched a playthrough of some of the episodes a long time ago. But I do remember there was one that was a basically an action movie.
I love it. That's the point.
Those were great ones. Okay, since I can't, I'm trying to think of how I should or could do this, or if I should.
Well, if you tried to stream at the same time, it'll just pop up your stream in like the upper right hand corner, so it's fine.
Yeah, and then you can, whoever's watching can select to enlarge whatever they want to do. You know?
Well, I can go down there to mute, unmute, turn on camera, share screen not allowed. Is that because we're on a stage or whatever the hell's going on?
Maybe, but no, you should be able to do that because I saw somebody else did this at one point. Huh. I guess Discord just hates you, and I don't blame it. I kid.
I honestly think it's more likely the other thing. I mean, maybe.
One or the other.
Does it work now?
Where'd he go? Hold on.
Alright, try it now.
What? Did you kick him out? Oh wait, no, I fixed the.
No. He stopped his stream, so now try it.
That's it. It's
Okay, so it's 1%. Okay.
That's bullshit, man. Well, whatever. Your stuff is more important right now.
all right.
Oh, that's not even meant to be self-deprecation. It's just as a not safe.
Yeah. It's like don't sell yourself short.
Behold, wait, who are you talking to? Me or him?
Jordan is like, your shit's more important. It's like, no, I mean, you're important too.
Yeah, I know. I was just saying, like, I just want to see this stuff,
But this is a this is a fetish server, not a.
Don't make me kick you. I will absolutely kick you from the stream.
No. I don't. I like talking about safe words.
Here we go.
Oh no, I'm joking.
This is what I've accomplished over our conversation.
Okay. All right, let's see. Oh, that's not bad. It's very smooth.
Yeah. Still not sure I like it.
I love the tubbiness. The clipping skirt. I know people are gonna be like, "Oh, so unrealistic," or skirts clipping in, and I'm just saying, it's like,
"Oh no, I got it.
Why are you a virgin?"
That's the last thing I fixed. No, that's a huge. That makes a huge. That and lighting can make a huge difference between excellent and outstanding as far as like animation goes. That was. Absolutely. He hasn't put anything out for a while, so I should throw some shade at him. But who was it? Phantom 202, I think his name is.
Oh yeah.
He it would drive me up a wall how he didn't animate the fingers in a lot of his videos. Like, dude.
If you want, I can if you feel so strongly about that, I can set up a meeting and you two can have like a punch out session if you want.
No, I've got his ear. I can reach out to him.
I mean, I used to not animate fingers, but eventually I kind of started doing it because it makes things look so much more fluid,
Oh yes. Yeah. Look, just 2 fucking keyframes for these fingers and just alternate between them.
And you can grab them all at once for some models, and you can just move them, and you don't have to make it look perfect. But as long as it looks good from an angle, people won't mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, that's the brilliance thing about animating and doing things like that. You can always kind of like, what's the word? You can always use clever camera angles to hide shit.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm doing with her feet. My goodness. Okay, but I think I'm gonna have like the hand or this camera like pan out once she kind of gets into position,
and then extreme fart.
Yes. I should probably load that in here.
Can I just say I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of Steam's or like Source's cloud effects. It always drives me up a wall because it can never like. No matter what you do, it never looks right.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to pull off correctly, and we'll see how mine goes.
We updated our CUM technology for this shit. You'd think they would update the gas technology.
Did they? No, it's
Yes, they did.
Are you talking about where it's basically a flat image of like,
No. It's an actual animated fluid now. Like, hold on,
Okay.
let me find it. I'll link it to you in a second.
right, the glue brush for painting. No, the glue I'm going to be painting. That glue
No,
brush.
no, no. It's an actual. It's a like I showed Jordan this. I said it's like we have updated our
Wait, you know-
technology.
You know what I'm talking about, though, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. That
Here it
was
is.
one of the best fucking uses of that meme I've ever seen before in my life. All right, where'd you post it?
I'm posting in a voice thingy. Yeah. Here.
Mastered? Okay. Verticals. What do we
Yes,
got? What we got?
no,
What we got? Ah.
Specs are all in the images.
I'm looking at it. It seems a little foamy.
Well, again, the idea is that it isn't perfect, but it's better than what we've been using so far. I think. And with some tweaks, it can be better.
What I've honestly been doing is the object gumball or whatever it is.
Yeah, I know. That's what a lot of people do. They just kind of like animate like it changing shapes, and that kind of
Yep.
It works too. It works too. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying it's like now we have an updated fluid system that can be more natural and less time consuming.
It's just that we don't have professionals working on the particle effect.
Yes,
Because
for gas, it's like
Yeah, there's a lot that can be done, but
it's super niche.
yeah, what I've done is kind of a band-aid over it.
Yeah, and exactly, and that's what pisses me off. It's like, I get it. Not everyone's going to be into this shit, fine. But at the same time, it's like, you could probably do it for other things too. I'm just saying. It all doesn't need to be just, it all doesn't need to be just lewd shit.
Moobs, moobs tubes, whatever.
Yeah, I'm familiar with them.
I kind of like what he uses, but there was, at least starting off, there was an annoying thing where it would stay rooted to the root. So when gas blew out, it wouldn't like float in the air. It would like follow wherever the root of it was aiming. So it looked like I didn't like it.
Okay,
I was tempted, with as big as this is supposed to be, I was tempted to go find his see if I can bum that particular particle effect from him. But I don't know.
I don't see why not. Again, like I said, I don't see why not.
I think it's I think I'll leave that to him and be his like signature. The same way that my particle effect is kind of mine.
We all have weird, quote unquote, lewd signatures we ascribe to ourselves.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Stream is crashed. Fuck!
What? That's Pikachu. All right, here we go.
Anyhow,
Oh, there it went. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I knew. I called it. It's like I knew that was gonna happen. It's like, no, Rev, no, don't call it. It's like, no.
No, I tried to
need
tell you,
to.
but no, you wouldn't listen.
Exactly.
And now look what you done to your mother's castle.
God, I haven't thought about that in almost 20 years. Fuck.
Oh, goodness. Used to watch
I'm
that all the time.
old. I'm fucking old.
It's weird because a lot of like my weird kinks carry over from all those cartoons I used to spam as a child. There's how vividly do you remember Robin Hood?
Very vividly.
Okay. Do you remember the which one's first? Do you remember the where Robin and Little John are basically robbing Prince John blind in a carriage or whatever?
And Rag, yes.
Yes, the his keeps trying to annoy him, and Prince John gets so pissed off at him that he like jerks them into a knot and then like dumps them in the basket and like sits on it.
And
But
there you go. And then from there, 100 different kinks were born.
yeah, I got a weird like it's not claustrophobia, it's like claustrophilia. Where whenever prey is anal bored, I always like to imagine them just scrunched up uncomfortably, like inside it, and like anything that the prey does to their ass is like unpleasantly affecting whoever's stuck inside of it. So, they'll have like an instance where the prey will like say something and then like, hey, did you hear that in there? And like pat their ass and like inside you hear the prey's already like the prey's already scrunched up and is like getting annoyingly like bumped by the wall. Like, hey,
yes.
keep it out of there, or well, no, whatever petty annoyance the situation calls for.
I get it. I do have to head off now, though. It is late, and I've got shit in the morning.
Yeah, we all got shit in the morning, usually right after we wake up. But okay, it was a pleasant chat. I'll be in touch.
Yeah, I'll see you later. All right,
Okay.
see you guys.
Yeah.
Fusion sees gamers about Fredbear's video recently. Okay. Now what?
I'm trying to put this in here without it like crashing the fucking source filmmaker. All right. I think I got it. Here we go. Ready? All right, it works. I just need to. I wonder if I should be right back or not.
What are you doing, Obi? Oh, the dogs just busted into my room.
Oh, bug.
Yeah, they just came into my room for some reason. Man, I know. Yeah, nice game. Yeah, Arian, it's nice. Wait, stop eating my. Jesus Christ. Just close that shit. God damn it. Did my audio cut? No, it's fine.
I find both of my favorite horror animators together. It's the greatest day of my life.
Oh, I'm so happy for you. Welcome.
Hello.
Hey, have we talked before?
No, I've seen your videos though, but I've loved them.
Oh, I'm flattered. Thank you.
Hello,
I'm
I'm a random
trying to get another one made. Oh, hello. Jeez, the old man was keeping everybody away.
Oh wait, I
woke
just
up.
missed
I
the
just
ancient
woke
one,
up.
damn it.
Yeah. Yes, he's the ancient one.
How old are you?
Hey, check out this video I'm working on.
Answer the question, cowardice.
Here, I'll let you show them the stream.
What?
Hot Pocket, can I ask you for advice? How I've been working on. I don't know. I've been working.
How
on
do you
so
get
much at
Big
once.
Booty Goth GS to date you?
One question at a time. Let's start. He was first. What was yours?
How do you manage work? Like, I'm working on Fredbear's, my FNAF fan game Fredbear's. I'm also working on the NSFW stuff, but I barely have time to work on it. I'm not sure what I should do to, increase my workflow.
Have you considered picking up a caffeine addiction, like most developers do?
Yeah, I drink
I'm sorry,
Slurpees.
I don't have any blinding insight for you. Obviously, the more you work on something, the more efficient you're going to get at it. If you feel like you're plateauing as far as like how fast you can work on stuff, I mean, I don't know. Look up
Caffeine's an
tutorials.
answer.
Alright.
I mean, you could just take caffeine pills like I do when I need inspiration for photo shoots.
Well, honestly, I'm a terrible person to be asking this because my own work ethic as far as my animating has been cratering lately, as I'm sure. What's your name? That Spooder there could probably attest, being a fan of my stuff.
Yeah, I guess so.
By the way, I'm in your walls.
Do they call her a spider because he wiggles and jiggles and tickles inside her?
I'm inside your walls, so like, can you slip some food through the cracks in your walls? That'd be really nice.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of spiders do it, I suppose.
Also, I'm not Spider.
Well, you keep saying, oh, never mind. I can't keep up with everything going on right now. I'm a little sleep-addled and everything. Wonderful first impression I'm giving my fan here. Speaking of which, hold on, I'm gonna see if I can get this streaming again.
I wonder if he realizes I'm a completely different person compared to Spider.
Yeah. Well, Spider's got real quiet.
Yeah, I'm looking at something real quick.
You just confused me because you were talking about, yeah, I like to hide in walls too.
No, I didn't. I never said
Even-
about hiding in walls.
Well, Midnight said that.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? Are you saying that you were also a spider? Are you putting
No,
your
but I did
spiders-
eat all your insulation, so prepare to die in winter, bastard.
All right.
Oh boy.
All right. Spider.
I ate all your glass cotton candy, and now you're doomed.
Are you a patron?
I not to you right now because I haven't been able to find it, but I
Get
am
out.
a subscribe star to
No, you're fine. I was just asking because you might have already, in case you already saw this. But yeah, here's a rare treat. My stream right now.
another Overwatch video.
The finale, basically.
Oh.
Hold on, let me back up. My grand ambition was to animate this and then take all the videos I've done and the alternate endings and edit them together in one huge video, all back to back,
Like a movie.
like a movie. It's actually it's going to run like 25 minutes at least.
Also, quick question. Does anyone here care about the Shantae franchise?
Not really, but I know of it. My editor's real big into it.
Oh, then tell them that there's a new Shantae game coming, so
I'm sure they know.
Didn't expect that.
basically, thanks to our partnership with Limited Run Games, they found an old prototype for an old GBA Shantae game, Risky's Revolution, and they're basically going to be printing it on authentic hardware for a limited time.
Oh, nice.
So Shantae is back on the GBA.
Oh, I spread the news to the one guy. Hopefully, it behooves him. But yes, my ambition is to have this as kind of like the finale, right before the credits or so, or maybe even after.
Tower of Wives.
Yeah. And of course, I'm going to edit out some of those frames where the physics are acting up. But while all that's going on, I'm going to have like another tiny cam of just her face going through it all. And that's about all I have right now.
That was good.
Well, thank you.
It's gonna be peak.
If I can get it to cooperate. This thing is like over capacity right now.
What are you using?
As far as my hardware,
Basically, what are you rendering in, I guess? Source?
Yes, Source.
Good old
Good old-
Source.
Good old Source.
Jank to the best degree.
Yeah, I do want to eventually learn or graduate to Blender, and I'm actually going to school right now and the program they use is Maya, but I'm going part-time and it is slow as hell. And it's a bachelor's degree, so they're trying to siphon more tuition out of me by having me take a bunch of nonsense classes. Like, what is it, World History 2 right now? So, very annoying. Okay, is it behaving? It is not. Why are you not?
Yeah, I use Blender, Arian. There's some people in the stream chat, so I'm just talking to. So if I randomly talk to the walls, that's why. It's not because Past Midnight's in them.
Sad face.
Yeah, actually.
Well, I
Why?
can hear you fine here, though.
Sadly. Okay, great. Got it. Save. Oh, I know what's...
Anyway, I know
What's
whose
going
drywall, whose insulation I'm eating next. Anyway,
Go ahead, call the police. They can't unflop your sink.
they can't unclog your sink and uneat your insulation. Get fucked.
I'm looking for. Oh, yeah.
Hey,
Here we go. Good old lo-fi girl.
I want to get the Cult of the Lamb DLC, but I have no money. Time to do unspeakable things.
What's the DLC entail?
Basically, it's just literally more stuff to put in your cult.
Ah.
And a few follower forms.
It's not much.
Yeah, it's $10, so like $10 of content.
Trying to think what $10 of content would be, or should be.
Mhm.
I guess that's fine.
Well,
So I must do unspeakable things.
$10 shouldn't be one cosmetic like most modern games.
I mean, you get, I think it was like 4 follower forms, a new skin for your like default cloak, so yay, and a bunch of decorative items for your cult.
Well, I mean, you know, I think that's more reasonable, especially if it's not a AAA dev.
Good old Cult of the Lamb. They make fun of people who are homophobic.
I do not know that.
makes sense.
Sadly, all the bar goers are already gone home to their lonely apartments, so no chance there. Sad.jpg.
Row 4th. Wait, what do you mean, Arian? 4th there. What are you talking about? The Jaggies? The land. Yes, they're land sharks. There are land sharks, like Plesioth. So that's.
Oh yeah, I forgot you were playing Monster Hunter.
Yeah, and Amtrios. Yeah, because there's people in the Discord stream chat talking, so I'm just, you know, responding to them.
Where are these people talking?
Wait, can't you guys see it?
Voice chat.
It's in it's in the if you go to hover over to streaming chat and you do open chat, you should be able to do it.
Oh, this. No, it's
Open
a giant
chat?
robot.
The heck?
There we go. So, what can I do for 10 hegemony credits?
Well, you could get... You know, I shouldn't say that, because you could, like, I was gonna be like, you could easily just get stuff on Twitter, but then... Like, at the same time, it's like, it's not easy as that, because you do have to build up a following to get people on Subscribestar, and to get commissions, you know.
Do I even still have any more condoms? Fuck, I might need to actually get more of those.
Wait, are you blowing balloons with the condoms or something?
Sweet summer child. When I say unspeakable things and I go out in the middle of the night for drunk people, what do you think I do, my sweet comrade?
Well, one of my characters, Katie, she jiggles her booty in the night, and then she vores people that fall for the bait of her jiggly booty.
Well, if you do that, you avoid the wallet too. It defeats the point. You didn't think about the smell.
Yeah, that if I could do that, that would also be a deterrent to do that.
Mhm.
Also, I'm pretty sure it's a bitch and a half to digest most clothing, so like that's also a threat.
Well, yeah, you just pass it. It'll be kind of like a what's that that seaweed cleansing or whatever thing. It'll be like
Also,
that.
Yeah, there's also running the chance of like a fucking intestinal blockage. So like again, no,
Skill issue.
fuck you,
Still issue. Love it.
fuck you, you hot pocket. You're never tasty anyway. Pizza pops are better.
Mhm.
You guys have shit flavors and your stuff tastes like garbage.
Mhm. Man, I feel bad. I haven't done anything with my. I've kept my name consistent for branding, but I haven't done anything thematically with it. The closest is my Patreon is called the Hot Pocket Shogunate, and my tiers are Ronin and what was the other one, Kinnin or something like that. But I don't know enough else about Japanese culture to be able to appropriate more references.
You should have just done hot pocket sizes or something. I don't know.
Maybe it was a reference to a long time ago. Hot Pockets had a little ad campaign where it was this. I actually think it was supposed to be Chinese. But this crazy old guy would like show up in random people's houses while they're like, I don't know, doing flute practice or something. Whatever they're doing, he was like, "You're not hungry for that. You're hungry for Hot Pocket."
That sounds very, very questionable.
Yeah.
No, I'll find one for you. Where is it? Yeah. Terribly sorry if it offends anyone's sensibilities, but
I mean, like, nowadays it probably wouldn't air, but, like, if this is, like, a really old ad, and I hope you mean, like, 2000s old, because I don't want to think about anything past the 2000s, or before I mean it.
Here we go. Voice strap. Here, I'll put it in voice text chat because I understand how to work that. There you go.
Please be from the 2000s.
Hey, quick question for your friends. Do you like anime? So do you guys like anime?
Oh, thank God. 2000. 2009. I feel slightly better about my age. Not really, though.
I do. I was 5 at the time.
Alright, let's see if we... Trank bombs, shock trap. Alright, we should be able to get Rathalos down. Okay, let's do it fucking good. Because we need those frickin' scales to get its sword. And then I'm gonna get its armor. I mean...
But yes, every other person.
Wait a minute. I think I actually remember these commercials.
Yeah, and there was another one where a fella's like trying to practice with a pan flute.
I've seen that one. I do remember seeing something like that one.
You know what I miss? Cereal straws. Those things were literally the best invention we've ever gotten.
I hate the new frickin' paper straws because, like, they say it's to save the environment, yet they come in a plastic package when you open them up.
Also, fun fact, most paper straws are made out of a certain paper that can't be properly recycled.
Exactly!
It's chemically treated.
Like, I miss the old straws, you know?
Also, mostly because it's bleached white, so like there's bleach in it.
That's just dumb.
I mean that's how you get white paper. You bleach it. It removes all the color from the paper pulp. That's just how it's been done since. How long has paper existed? Because
A while. We'll say a while.
It's like it's a standard on how you make paper, from what I remember, and that's why you're kind of told not to eat paper because bleach is really bad for the human body. You wouldn't believe it.
Yeah.
Weren't you eating like insulation out of everyone's walls a moment ago?
Fuck you. I'll do what I want.
Here, stop it. Just mouthful of it.
Yeah.
Wait,
Shut
stop,
up,
come
you
back.
fucking wanna be hot. You fucking wanna be piece of shit.
What?
Fuck you.
Use your words.
I'm
Want to
too
be
tired for this.
pizza? It's yeah, okay.
I'm
Wa-
too tired
wanna be
for this. I
Pop-Tart?
ran out of coffee, damn it.
You know what I was saying? It's more wannabe Pop-Tart than pizza.
There's
no, wait. Wannabe calzone is what it is, technically.
there you go. Okay. There's a
Oh, funny enough, the first video I've ever saw you on was your ninja video.
yep, Facebook.
No, I was just watching, looking online, and then I stumbled upon it. It was when you were on, I believe, Pornhub at one point.
Oh yeah. Okay. That's peculiar. I'm always interested to see or to find out where people first find it, because I am a little less concerned about it now. But way back when I first started, I was like, I don't want to to burn anyone's eyes who wouldn't be interested in this. So I try to keep it in places with tags and stuff where only people who are looking for such things would find it.
Sorry,
I-
quick question. I'm sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt, but when you guys are done,
Yep.
I didn't even find your videos. It was from someone else re-uploading it, and they gave it a different name.
We'll get back to that. What were you saying, Midnight?
do any of you guys care about Rick and Morty? Because we just got an announcement we got a trailer for Rick and Morty the anime.
Oh.
I saw that just like a couple of minutes ago. Why would they do such a thing?
I mean,
did
they
it with-
already did that anime episode, so I mean, like, is it really that shocking to you? Like, remember, they did an entire different art style. Like, remember? So, like, this was probably a long time coming, it's just more... It's probably not going to get many people to watch it after the whole Justin Roiland thing happened.
Exactly.
Because I'm not watching it, I'm putting fucking my money where my mouth is, and, like, I'm not watching it. And if I do, I'm pirating it.
It's garbage, man. And piracy is ethical, so you should do that. In my
Wear
opinion.
fancy. Time to put on my old pirate hat that I used to back in the 2000s. God, being young and spry.
Let me cut off your tail.
Speaking of cutting off tails,
What?
what were you saying about finding mine? Where you found it, Jordan?
So it was on Pornhub. I found it. It was like
Yes.
this, like I think Miss Pauling was anal horn someone, and then she farts, and then that video got me into farts. You know.
Ah. Wonderful. I'm so happy.
The Amy Rose, the Amy Rose AV was the first actual like AV I've seen.
Yeah. How interesting. Yeah, it's I mean, putting it on the internet, you're kind of accepting the fact that it's probably going to pervade and other people are going to upload it and stuff like that. So, I've come to peace with that. But what irks me is when people uploaded like this vid and make it private.
Yeah, for sure.
That was me.
Private videos on Disvid are the most annoying shit because you can't filter.
They
them.
are. And the most annoying thing is they're basically being held to ransom for exchange of. I don't know. It's just a whole culture I don't appreciate.
Oh, that's okay, Arian. Do what you got.
I think the most egregious is what happened. What
I
did
have
you-
chores to do. All right. I was talking to a guy in the chat. That's okay.
Oh, okay.
So sorry about that. He was just saying goodbye.
You keep talking about the. You keep talking about the chat. I don't see it. I'm not a. I don't understand any of this. Oh.
I
There,
mean, it's
there, old
alright.
timer.
That's fine. I guess we're doing okay.
There, old timer. It's okay.
Why did I forget to use flash bombs? Alright.
Oh, I love playing it. Anyway, Spider, weren't you saying something?
No, I wasn't saying anything. I was just listening in.
No, it was a while ago. Before the, yeah, a lot of times the conversation shifts and stuff like that. I always try to go back to if somebody was talking about something. Yeah, the Up at Ninja one. Yes, I remember that. That's the one that on like at least 2 separate occasions got uploaded to fucking Facebook of all places, and like shared around with all in front of all the poor unsuspecting normies. And I remember like reading the comments, and there was a majority of the comments, you know, were basically people sharing it and then adding a comment to it, and it would usually be something to the effect of "This be you, lol," and then whoever they to reply would be like, huh, "Lol, yeah," or "You know it," or maybe. But there was a weird number of people who thought it was a video game, which I don't know if some people were just trolling to try to perpetuate that or what. But that's where the idea came from. Oh, I'll make another video that looks kind of like video game or gameplay, and release it on April 1st.
Yeah.
And that's where, that's where the other video came from. And I was disappointed with it not being nearly as viral as the first one. When I purposely made that to be like, haha, it's a video game. But oh well.
I have a
I mean,
question.
I know how to
Have an
make
answer?
games. I could do it. Well, not.
I hope to one day. Hey, yes, but Midnight, what's your question?
Do you know anybody that does custom models for Source Build Maker?
That is a closely guarded secret. I think there's like a group of monks that lives in the Himalayas that know how to do it.
Cause you to get testicular tension. Answer the question.
Tension. You mean torsion?
Tension, torsion. Just answer the fucking question, you hack.
No, to answer your question, no, I don't. I hope to learn Blender and be able to transfer or be able to transfer it myself one day. But the few people that like I find like fleetingly open with commissions are usually so backed up or overwhelmed with demands to do so that I can't get a word in edgewise.
Goddamn basic economics.
I know, right? It's
Define
The
the
bitch.
bullshit.
you can probably well, no, I haven't tried myself. I don't know how easy it is to find like tutorials on learn yourself or not.
Here's the thing, I lack no fucking artistic skills for feck's sakes.
Well, it's
That's a
Oh,
skill
yeah,
issue,
you-
basically.
yeah, you would need
Skill issue.
some, I guess. The
That's fair.
like I said, I'm
Skill issue,
learning.
that's what I just said.
I'm learning Maya, and maybe I can do something with that, but I don't know. It's annoying because Source of Maker is like easy enough to be. I always describe it as baby's first animation software.
Yeah, that
But
makes sense.
Yeah.
a lot of people who like get out of it are like, "Oh man, this is such a piece of shit." I am so sorry that I spent so long in Source of Maker. But no,
I just
hate
want to
disappear.
get my fucking OC made into a model so I can do certain stuff with it. Fuck's sake.
Well, hell, I can relate. I've got 2 OCs that I'm like, oh man, it would be awesome if I can like, wouldn't have to, if I can actually do a video with it and didn't have to like, pay various artists to do stuff with it. Or
Yeah.
hell, all we can rely on is stuff that other people port that are usually recognizable video game characters.
Yeah, that's why I always have to just head hack like my OCs because no one else wants to model it because everyone's just busy and most other modelers are safe for work ones.
Yeah,
Because they're losers and they're ignoring the money.
gotta know where to reach 'em. I know a guy. I can go to
Oh.
a place. But no, if I find one, I'll try to spread the word. If I learn
Please.
myself, I will keep it to myself because people will bang down my door demanding I do put their OCs.
I mean, if the money's good, why not?
It's I'm comfortably well off, and it is reassuring to know that if I like, I'm doing okay on Patreon, but I'm hardly doing anything to maintain it. I try to put up a work in progress just to assure people that I'm not just taking their money and splitting. And I try
yeah,
to be
basically, it's not just one of those things someone forgot about.
yes. I try to be clear that you're not getting much of anything from Patreon. It's just a lot of people kept asking, "Hey, do you have one? I want to give you money." I'm like, okay. This is if you want to give me money. There's not really much of an incentive to do so aside from like seeing my works in progress. But I mean, y'all are here watching it happen right now, so. That's hardly exclusive either.
Honestly, Subscribestar is so stressful for me because if I don't make content within a week, people start unsubscribing, and it stresses me to fucking out.
I feel sad that I disappointed people, but I mean, that's why I'm trying to be clear with it. I'm like, just give me whatever you want.
Yeah. I understand. It's like people will have
Luckily
such
in
high
my work-
expectations. And it just
Luckily, in my line of work, I don't have to worry about expectations.
Well, I mean,
Don't you?
yeah, don't you? And
Not really, when most of my clientele are blackout drunk.
well, the downside is you don't get a monthly guaranteed payment though.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I do this almost daily, so like, small potatoes.
I know, but it's like, I think you should do like Subscribestar stuff yourself because you could do really well with that.
Yeah, fair enough, but I also need to I at least want to get everything to look good before I start doing that, because right now, amateur is a kind word for me.
People love amateur stuff, me especially.
Who's Wood Kitty? Wood Kitty.
Like, professional stuff, some people don't like it. They like it when it's more like raw, you know?
I can see the appeal there.
Because it feels more realistic, you know? It feels more like...
Oh, hey, they're attainable.
Yeah. I guess that's...
Yeah. Right.
Who's a good kitty mittens? Who is my favorite comrade? Scritchy.
Alright, well, I finally got to the part I was wanting to get to. So I'm probably going to save it here. Oh no.
Well,
wait.
If I can't get a model of my character, I'm just going to keep commissioning art of it.
I mean, yeah, why not?
Also entering into raffles under different accounts, so people don't realize how many raffles I enter in.
I don't know.
Good kitty.
Okay. I suspect that of a... Who is it? There's a artist named... What's his name? Donk Boy or Scale Lover or Shrunken Lover?
Oh, yeah. I know him. He's very busy.
Yeah. Very busy. The poor man's trying to constantly fill out requests and birthday requests and commissions and his own scatterbrained ideas as well. But I got real frustrated because I suspect there's like one person with a huge affinity for Sandy Cheeks.
Oh, Mysterion?
I assume, I don't know. This is from the outside looking in, so take it with a grain of salt. But it seems like somebody really likes Sandy Cheeks and keeps like making requests for him to do stuff with her, and like I suspected kept entering raffles or request raffles or masquerading as separate people to try to get more material for Sandy Cheeks just by weight of numbers.
I think it's
Mysterion,
and
that's kind of disgusting, but that's also kind of impressive.
Yeah, I know the guy. He makes a lot on like Subscribestar, I think. So like he has enough to pay for all that shit, is what I'm assuming, and he works closely with them on stuff.
Well, that's different. That's somebody doing something for somebody because either they paid for it or they agreed to what I assumed was somebody like being disingenuous but like sneaking through and with multiple things. I mean, I could have.
Honestly, I'm kind of in a similar position as Scale Lover, where I'm just constantly doing commission work and paid work that I never have time to do stuff myself. Because like the guy, like from what I look at Scale Lover stuff, he clearly has like ambition to do like his work reminds me a lot of like early 2000s movies.
Yeah.
And I feel like he could like make a pretty decent movie in SFM, but it's like, you know, he has to do commissions, and I can imagine that can be really hard to do. So like, you know.
Yeah. When we haven't talked in a long time, but I remember when we were in contact more often, it seemed like he would have an idea for a little universe and then like do a few things with it and then scamper off to another one real quick. But I don't know.
Good
I can
old
relate.
scatterbrain.
Yeah. I feel like I've kind of painted myself in a corner with this Overwatch series because it's all I've done for a while, with a few exceptions. So I don't really have much of a. Well, it also stems from not having OCs and other things, but I haven't been able to like really establish a unique brand. Yeah. If I had a penny for every time somebody gets me mixed up with Bobby Makaladu or Stress for Murder, I wouldn't need my Patreon. Or I don't even need it now, but you know what I'm saying. It happens so often. It's that.
You would be fucking rich.
Yeah, that and mistaking my name for Hot Pocket Shotgun. Like, two annoyances I constantly deal with.
Honestly, in my head, it's all like, I remember I saw your name, it's always Hot Pocket Shotgun. And I always thought,
wait, what is
that's
it?
a cool weapon. Oh, it's actually Shogun.
Yeah.
It's not shotgun!
Yeah. Alright, somebody put a quarter in the jar.
No, fuck you,
You
it's
pay
my
a quarter
quarter.
for every time someone mistakes Shogun for shotgun. How many
So
would it
much.
be? So much,
I
yes.
mean, at that point,
Funny.
if everyone mistakes you for it, just rebrand yourself as Hot Pocket Shotgun. Honestly, sounds a lot less lame than Shogun.
I've used the same name and the same profile pic of a little pastry in samurai armor for over 10 years now.
What a waste of 10 years.
I don't know how it's. I feel like, was it Shrek when he's super pissed off that all the fairy tale creatures are in his swamp? He's like, I live in a swamp. I put up signs. I'm a terrifying ogre. What do I have to do for a little privacy?
Lot.
But I use the same name. I have a Hot Pocket and Samurai Armor as my profile pic. What do I have to do to get this right?
I don't know, man. Maybe commission a flashy logo. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Like, just saying, you. From a quick
Commission-
glance on your Discord logo, it just looks like a Hot Pocket with some crap on it.
Yeah.
You actually have to purposely look at your icon, which I don't think many people would do on Discord.
Nope.
And also Shogun. Also, add a space between Hot Pocket and Shogun.
That's too late for that.
No, I mean, like, in later and, like, in newer stuff, like, you can just do that, and people would probably have an easier chance of reading it as Hot Pocket Shogun instead of Shotgun. That would just be a quick fix.
Nobody can find it. No, this is the life I've chosen.
You're a fool. A fool.
Beautiful. Okay, just don't choke on your insulation over there.
Hey, when
You know
winter
what?
comes around, I won't be the one freezing to death, so fuck you.
Don't tell me what to do. Oh wait, it's foam. Fuck. Okay, I think this is probably as good. Oh no, wait.
So, like, who's really winning here, me or you? Dumbass.
It's all right. I'll let you take that one.
Who's a good kitty?
Why do you keep asking?
Like, I'm talking to my cat.
Well, I was going to do a bit, but I hit the punchline, or I ran out of tracks before I hit the punchline, so I don't know where it was going.
The train, the joke
J-
derailed.
Yep, no survivors. The just poking fun of the trip of like the constantly asking pets rhetorical question. Who's your
Who's a
kitty?
good kitty?
Who's your kitty? I like that comic where somebody's doing that to a dog, and the dog's like looking at it existentially, like, look, who defines what good is? Can any one of us actually be good? And then it's like, you are, and the dog's like, what? You're a good boy. And the dog's like, this is amazing. And starts shaking his tail, or wagging his tail and everything. Alright. Now I'm worried I'm not showing enough of her face.
Let's see. Oh yeah, I was at the Dollar store and they were trying to hog off old Overwatch comics for like $2 a pop. Should I bought them?
You asking me?
You could pirate them.
Fair enough. It's just more like I don't know why they were there. Like, were they that dead of stock that they need to be shipped here?
I mean, to be fair, in the modern day, who really cares about Overwatch other than porn?
Sweats that don't like TF2?
Which, it's not a lot
So,
of
like he said,
people.
I mean, I know one dude that doesn't like TF2 because it's too silly, and he likes Overwatch because it's more serious. I know it's dumb, but he's a sweat.
I was going to say, with their Magilla Gorilla, what's his name? Grom Gorilla character, and oh no, it is kind of overall a little more serious. Never mind.
I mean, like, the community around TF2 is a lot more goober, dumbass, tomfoolery, while Overwatch is more serious and so weirdly angry.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they're competitive players, you know, the type of people who hate this stuff.
Still, I prefer my Pyros over anything in Overwatch anyway. Pyro Shark's too fun to not play. God, if I only could hear the screams of those people who keep falling into the water.
Who are falling into the water? Oh, the guy I posted that saves the guy from suicides?
No, basically, in Tier 2, there's a playstyle called Pyro Shark, and the whole gimmick is hang out in water with a weapon that guarantees an instant kill if your enemy's in the water.
Can you dress up as a shark as Pyro?
There's a shark head outfit, so yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, base. I love sharks.
Change your name to the Pyro Shark. Use that what is it, the neon sign. Get it unusual.
The Neon Annihilator.
Get it unusual and name it something appropriate for it. Like da 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 da.
I named it Jaws.
That works.
Honestly,
Oh,
I was trying
Bruce.
to think of. I was gonna originally name it Megalodon, but that's too nerdy. But Jaws is just perfect.
Megalodon is cool.
Yeah.
I love megalodons. They're my favorite animal.
Cookie cutter. Personally, cookie cutter sharks are my favorite type of shark. They're so small and so terrifying.
Oh yeah, they leave disgusting ass marks on people. Well, I mean animals like whales and dolphins, but
Oh
to
yeah,
be
they're
fair,
adorable. They're adorable little monsters. I love them. They're like the cousin to the piranha.
honestly, I don't mind if it happens to dolphins because dolphins are fucking psychopaths.
Oh fuck! I should have called it the dolphin.
Alright, yeah, that makes sense.
But like rename it into like the Royal Honorific, where it's DAU.
You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna fucking rename my unusual Neon Annihilator to the dolphin.
Hey,
Yeah.
Right, you go.
hey, what's up?
Mega
Oh, hello.
Tank?
Oh, it's
Yeah, it's me.
Oh, hey. Oh, it's 5 a.m. Oh, nice, and I'm not even tired.
do a line of coke.
It's probably the caffeine in you.
No, I woke up at 7 p.m. 'Cause I stayed up till like 4 p.m. I mean 1 p.m. and then I woke up at 7.
Maybe you've just become a light sleeper. Cause like some people, it's like some people end up being it's like all they need is 4 hours of sleep, and then like they're all good.
Oh yeah. One more thing about TF2. I am slowly gaining a large amount of Luger morphs, and I don't know what to do with them.
Oh, Jordan, did you get that Vince DiCola music I sent you?
I still have to listen to it, but when I get the chance, I will.
Here's
Okay,
the thing, Hot
some of
Pocket
it-
Shotgun.
I will say this, some of the stuff is, some songs are covers of songs that he did with artists, though, and like,
You'll get 3 cents.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, Hot Pocket Shotgun. I would sell them, but I have nothing to spend the money on. Like
Another Neon Annihilator to rename it to Dolphin.
fair enough. But I also probably could
Well-
just get that by e-horn for a bunch of keys like I did last time.
yeah, well, Jordan, just to confirm, you said you're close to me getting a comm from you in like early August, right?
Yeah. Oh shit, it's already August?
No, early August.
Oh,
It's not August.
No, it's
Not
still
yet.
July.
It's not Og yet.
August.
I mean,
Dinkin.
we're
We got a
close,
couple days.
but like,
Well, we got a
I'm
couple weeks.
surprised.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and call this for now. Hopefully next time I'm in here we'll get to the best part. But okay. Y'all
Good night, shotgun hot pocket.
Fuck! Good night. See you
Alright.
later. Nice talking to you.
Oh, he died.
Get off me! Get off!
I've never heard him scream in
Jordan.
such genuine fear.
Jordan, you should use that clip of you screaming in a video of like say Starheart or Chica boring you.
Honestly, I should do that, right? Because today in BattleBit, I was screaming so much because of how fucking, like, pissed things were making me. Like, it was so funny.
You should do something where it's like you but how about like I don't know, like Star AV's Chica and then you start yelling at her like, what the Star? Why the fuck did you AV Chica?
I don't know, I'd be in support of that, you know? Star's my
Oh.
role, you know?
Well, what's something funny? What's something funny that like Star or Zeno could do that would make you angry?
It'd be Xeno, because Star is, like, super
Oh.
chill. She wouldn't, like, in my opinion, she would be, like, you know, she's not really the person to intentionally, like, try to make you be pissed off. You know, it takes a lot to genuinely piss me off. Like, well, thanks, Kelby, you took the shot for me. And you survived. But I think Xeno would probably, like, do something, I don't know what it would be, but she'd do something, like, she's just the type that would annoy the shit out of me. But it's, like,
Maybe it will-
friendly annoying, you know?
Maybe Star leaks the whole FNAF movie on Twitter.
Oh, I know the guy who did that, actually.
No, not the trailer. It's like somehow Star leaks the whole movie.
And yeah. I mean, that'd be something
Yeah.
Xeno would do.
Yeah, sorry, Xeno. Sorry, it was just going to.
I know.
Xeno.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Rev gets them confused all the time, too. It's not just you.
Oh shit. Oh, that's random. That's some random ass nostalgia.
What happened?
Nothing. I was just scrolling on Twitter and I just saw a post about some old book villains I used to read about when I was a kid. So like,
Oh, like which?
you know what? Whatever. I'm gonna date myself anyway. Basically, it was Petey from Dogman. It was just some art of him, and I'm happy.
Oh yeah, I fucking loved Dave Pilkey's stuff too when I was a kid.
He still makes Dogman, you know, like it's shocking.
Yeah, I remember when the first Captain Underpants dropped. That's how old I am.
Fuck. I was around with like I think I was like around, not 10, but like somewhere around there when like he stopped making Captain Underpants, and then I was a bit older when he started making Dogman.
Yeah. I think it'd be kind of funny if I hope they do a sequel to the Captain Underpants movie. That was good.
I mean, I think it did pretty well in the box office, if I remember.
I think because I'm gonna sound stupid, but I think DreamWorks could use it also as a springboard to do like a Dave Pilkey animated cinematic universe.
No, not cinematic universe. I would just honestly just like some. Not everything needs a cinematic universe. Scoob proved that well.
Oh, I know. Just
Scoob
it's
proved
like-
that it's a bad idea.
it's more so my thing's just more so of like the blatant Hollywood route, though.
It's fair enough.
Yeah.
Like, it's probably a bad idea, but also, if he signs off on a sequel or, like, hell, a Dogman spin-off, it could happen. But, like, then again, he still needs to sign off on it.
Well, I even remember, like, one of Dave Pilkey's pre-Captain Underpants thing was that he did a series of these children's books called The Dumb Bunnies, and I remember just finding them really hilarious when I was, like, really
let's
little.
see, there was the Dumb Bunnies, and then there was Karate Cavemen.
Yeah.
And then there was
yeah.
Super Diaper Baby, which technically PD came from. Like, fun fact, that's where he originally was from before Dogman.
Yeah, and I do know that at least within the Captain Underpants universe, Harold and George's original Captain Underpants comic character has visited those universes, I think.
Good kitty. Picked you up. Breakfast time will be soon, Mittens.
I'll be in touch, bro. It was nice talking to you guys.
Nice talking to you too, Mega Tank.
Oh, Midnight, can I send you a friend request?
Hmm?
Can I send you a friend request, Midnight?
Why the hell not?
Cool, thanks. Alright, see ya.
See ya.
Goodbye. And then there was 4.
Yep. Oh shit. I'm gonna be honest, this fight was annoying yesterday, but now I've gotten the hang of it. So get its armor set. Yes, limp! Limp! Yes! Come on, go somewhere where I can shock you. Where do you think he's going?
But the Twitter is implementing a daily limit on the number of DMs unverified accounts can send. Is he just trying to kill this fucking account?
Yes.
Honestly, I don't want to go to Threads because I like the layout of Twitter. It also has all the porn.
Yeah.
It has all the incredibly weird fetishy porn I literally subsist on, so like I don't want to go somewhere else.
Threads will probably be censored since it's in the App Store too, so...
I mean, so is Twitter.
I mean, like with porn, you know?
I'm using the app version.
Oh yeah, I forget, it's... Well, sometimes I can get it to work though. It's weird.
Like, I'm on the app version, and I'm still, like, swimming in questionably fetishy, not safe for work. Like, just saying.
How long did that take?
Also, it's probably going to be like the wacky lesbian comic situation all over again.
15 minutes. Oh, holy shit, I'm getting so much better at fighting this guy.
Try and go for 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
And then 5. And then 1.
Well, to be fair, I am capturing it because I do need its... it gives you a better chance of getting its shells, which I need for the armor. Oh, it didn't even give me them. What the fuck?
I want to Sunny Miami my goddamn OCs, yet no one, but I have no hedge of money.
Yeah, it sucks.
There's no god in this godless realm. Only pain, suffering, and, suffering.
Rathalos, okay. Yeah, you're not too wrong about that. Okay, so I need 2 of that. What about this? Oh, I can make this. Rathalos Van Braces. Let's go. What about the legs? Okay, I need 3 more shells after that. And about 3 more shells. So 40% drop rate on the shell if you captured it, which means I'd probably have to do like 5 to 6 more fights. Oh fuck. Alright, I'll take an hour. It's fine. Yeah. Alright, it's fucking... Don't even want that. Resources...
I just had an intrusive thought.
What's the intrusive thought?
Would Sam and Max fall under all cops are bastards?
I don't know. It depends on what all cops are... I mean, yeah, it technically means all, but...
Like, they're the freelance police, though, so, like... They're not the normal police.
Yeah, true.
Like, I know technically Dogman would, but, like... Oh well.
Yeah. What are the things? Because I need... Oh, there they are. Oh, tranks. Do I have enough tranquilizers? Oh, I have enough. Actually, I know how to get more. Hot Pocket Shotgun does... Yeah, Goku, you are right. It does sound... I can see why some people find this fight annoying, especially if it's like, if you're under, you have to come and hit it and then it constantly runs at you, but once you kind of learn how to get around it, like, I remember farming this in World 2. I still gotta re-upload those build streams, though. YouTube chat, no one's there. Okay. No, he's moving one. And we can use that to cut off his tail. Come on, stop eating. Thankfully, unlike World, you don't gotta worry about getting Raffalo stuff and use other stuff. I can make the set I want to make now and just later convert the Raffalo stuff. Honestly, from what I was told, Rathalos' weakness is Thunder, so I don't have to worry about using his set and Barioff's fight. I think he's semi-weak to it, but... And I think Barioff's at ice monsters. The only reason I'm farming Raph is because I got lucky with the plate and I was like, okay, it's worth doing. Because, like, if I didn't get that plate, I wouldn't be here right now. I'm just stick with all the on the set. Oh, you like to spam that, don't you? There goes your tail! That will never stop being satisfying until you cut off. probably wouldn't be doing too good if it weren't for these two guys distracting me most of the time. Because they're the ones that are making me want to go in different directions and stuff. See if we can get a thunderbug to this. No. Now he's gonna fall. Oh, the sun's rising now. Let's go.
Not for me yet.
Oh. Were you? Did you just wake up?
I'm still. I've just been watching.
Oh.
I also posted 2 SFM models that looked really good in my opinion. Into models and tips, just to let you know.
Alright, I'll see if I can check it out. For Shadow I think that means area 6. Damn it. Please, please, please. Come this way. There we go. Single time. Oh, whoa. Let me see the behind the back. Okay, that's good. No, thanks, Spider. Time to put the FNAF in that. So I got 2, which means I can make a chest. If things go right, it'll take me like 3 more hunts to get the, well, no, I get 2, so 2 is 4, and another 2 would be 6. Okay, so yeah, it'd be 3 more hunts if I'm lucky enough to get 2, which is 43%, so maybe 5 at the bear. Rathalos snail. Yes, weak to thunder, not weak to ice or water. But I do have to refill on, like, potions and stuff. So, actually, what I can do... Because we take... Hold on, I need to do some Google. What is Azoro's weak to? Okay, fire. Fire is what Azoro's is weak to.
Say something?
I'm talking to the audience for my... Because I'm streaming to YouTube, so I have to narrate shit, so it's like... It's not me just talking to myself. I'm trying to, like, be... Because, like, you want to engage with the stream and stuff.
Yeah.
They're non-binary and we don't use gendered language in this household. They're part...
Hold on, I'm gonna piss. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. So, we need to get resources for the village so we can increase our resources and Zemi. So, what we're gonna do, I'm gonna put these back. So, I think what we're gonna just do the Zoro's quest. Man, this lady's hot. She didn't have to boost us at ourselves at all here. Now we get to actually keep the trank bomb, so we'll get 2 per doing this. What am I doing? I don't even need to pick these, I can just buy them. Oh! He fucking killed it. You can't have this, Hank. It's chocolate.
A cave of crimson, flames billowing high. That is where he makes his nest. Best to not go nigh. Fire scorching the earth, rains down from the sky. When his highness sets his eyes on you, it's time to say goodbye.
The king deserves his due. Hey there, my name is CR Volcanic, or Connor, and I've been playing Monster Hunter since I was 13. Yep, all the way back in 2010. I got Monster Hunter Tri for the Wii. Back in this innocent time before I knew what a flagship monster was, or what Freeview Night was, or that there were other Monster Hunter games on the PSP and PS2, I liked Rathalos. Still do, in fact, quite a bit. Back before I had any idea what kind of kingly status the guy had in the franchise, Rathalos always just hit right. His design, simple and quintessential, yet unique and unforgettable. The game called him the King of the Skies, and I believed it. For a kid whose first introduction to Monster Hunter was Tri's very limited roster of 18 bosses, Rathalos was pretty damn imposing. This crimson dragon that could poison you, light you on fire, and stay out of your reach in the air, whilst pelting you with fireballs and dive-bombing you with its claws, made for an opponent I remember being intimidated to fight by myself. Nowadays, I know a whole lot more about the franchise and been playing for 13 years. So I've seen and fought things a lot more challenging. He's definitely gone down on the level of monsters I'm intimidated by, but I still love the guy, and I'm happy to see his familiar face in every game in the series. Whenever a new Monster Hunter game is announced, and he shows up in a reveal trailer, there's this feeling of home that I get every time. He serves as this authority of legitimacy, this official decree that a new Monster Hunter game is upon us, if you will. I still remember back in 2017, when Monster Hunter World was announced, I watched a lot of other people reaction to the trailer as it was shown live during it. And a lot of them had this similar journey of emotions. That first World trailer kinda looked like Monster Hunter, but had so much new and different mechanics that it kinda didn't. And the people watching would go back and forth on whether or not it was Monster Hunter. Until Rathalos comes bursting out of the trees and there's this rush of full recognition and realization that we were going to get this absolutely ridiculous overhaul of the franchise. That was a really fun moment to be a fan of Monster Hunter. And that recognition, that built-in part of Monster Hunter's DNA that Rathalos is expanded. Rathalos himself, his armor, his weapons, all iconic symbols of Monster Hunter that any game in the series would feel naked without. Unfortunately, nowadays we see him so much that I think he's starting to get taken for granted in a few corners of the fandom. I've heard the words basic, mid, oversaturated, needs a break, boring, thrown around occasionally, and I strongly disagree with that sentiment. I want to preface from the jump that I'm attacking the idea, not the holders of said idea. This isn't a call-out, but a tribute to what I think is an exceptional video game mascot that I think deserves a bit better than he gets from a few people. He might not be in my top 10 monsters. Hell, I don't think he's in a lot of people's top 10, but I think the guy still deserves a lot of respect and admiration. So I'm going to give it to him. On the off chance you're watching this and have no idea what a Rathalos is, let me give you the breakdown. Rathalos is typically a red and black fire-breathing wyvern with poison-tipped talons, a pair of massive wings, a long tail ending in a spear-like point, and a distinct crown-like arrangement of small horns atop its head. He is exclusively a male, with the green-scaled Rathian being the female of the species. A Rathalos is typically the most powerful thing in the air in the territory it claims. There's very few monsters that are an outright threat to a Rathalos, considering a lot of monsters on its level of strength are terrestrial, and most monsters that are significantly stronger than him are pretty rare beasts, like Elder Dragons. It's not without aerial competition, but a Rathalos is almost always going to be the king of the skies wherever it chooses to lay claim. You'll find Rathalos mostly in forests and volcanic regions, with other very mountainous maps being a safe bet as well. The ancient forest in Monster Hunter World shows us off probably better than any map in the series' history. Its nest perched at what feels like the top of the world almost seems built exclusively for Rathalos and Rathian. This roost keeps them safe from just about anything in the forest below, while at the same time it lets them swoop down and hunt the forest's inhabitants. I think the very early game of Monster Hunter World made Rathalos the scariest he's ever been. Typically, a Monster Hunter game will lock higher level monsters out of lower level quests, even if they can exist on that map in a higher level mission. Not here. In the early hours of the game, I remember very vividly this feeling of always looking up. Because while I was trying to get through the very early bosses, there was always this chance that I could be descended upon by a hungry, massive, fire-breathing wyvern capable of killing me in a hit or two. And it happened a couple of times. In that circumstance, I could either run or put my real target between me and the Rathalos. Those early hour thrills I had in terror of being ambushed by a Rathalos while I was weak and defenseless took me back to my intimidation of him that I felt in Tri almost 10 years prior to that. It was an exhilarating feeling and cemented this living, breathing ecosystem that World created. Whether you love him or hate him or think he's overused in the franchise, seriously, if you count every spin-off in the live action movie, there's like 13 different versions of this guy, we still owe him for being the face of this franchise that we love so much. In fact, I think calling him oversaturated is a pretty silly statement. You notice and be upset if Scorpion wasn't in Mortal Kombat, or if Pikachu wasn't in Pokemon. They're supposed to be there. They're mascots that instantly tell non-fans what they're looking at while drawing in potential new fans and giving established fans a surge of joy and nostalgia. He's baked into the DNA. He's our envoy, our messenger. I promise you, Monster Hunter would not be selling as well as it is right now without that face at the forefront to create recognition. My friends who don't even play Monster Hunter know what Rathalos is. The guy's been in Final Fantasy and Metal Gear Solid, had his armor in Lost Planet 2, Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, and Smash Bros. 4. He was featured in a cool PlayStation 4 commercial, and was a whole boss in Smash Ultimate, a game that did not have a Monster Hunter character on the fighter roster. The Monster Hunter World poster on my wall, as well as the box art for the game, don't have Nergigante on them. No, they've got Rathalos right front and center. I'm sure he's a pretty big pop culture figure in Japan, where Monster Hunter has been huge for a very long time. But slowly, we're starting to see Rathalos become a bigger figure of the video game community worldwide, gradually becoming a character more and more synonymous with video games as a whole, like so many mascots before him. And I think that's super cool, that this franchise that was ridiculously niche when I got into it is now becoming more and more prominent in the video game subculture. Speaking of the nicheness of old school Monster Hunter, and its evolution both as games and as a franchise, Rathalos is a pretty great measuring stick to see how far the series has come over the years. Being in every game, the changes he has gone through reflect the changes the series has gone through as well. The differences in the King of the Skies models, fight, and sound design, though gradual, are a bit striking compared to the original from 2004 to 2022's modern iteration in Sunbreak and Rise. His original model in the first and second generation games was more sharp and jagged, with long pronounced spines and spikes on his tail, head, wings, and neck. He used to be a lot scrawnier as well. His black and red coloration was muddier, and his textures had a much lower resolution. But they don't look bad considering they are subject to the confines of the PlayStation 2 and PSP. A thought I had, looking at the old Rathalos model, is that I can kinda see where Monster Hunter Frontiers design philosophy came from. People like to complain about how overly spiky and spiny a lot of Frontiers monsters are. Well, looking at Rathalos, he was way sharper back then, around when Frontier was being made. Some of the designs for Frontier's unique monsters are fairly in line with how monsters were designed for the original games. Much thinner and with more exaggerated spikes and spines. Obviously, there's a few places where they opted to turn the dial on that design choice up to 11, and then proceed to rip the dial off, but it is cool to see where the branching design philosophy came from, and that Frontier's more bonkers creature design does have some of its roots in the classic design philosophy. Rathalos as a fight in the first and second generation games, to me, is also a pretty good reflection of those games' combat design. The good and the bad. The original few Monster Hunter games were a great testing ground for Capcom, who set out to try and create monsters that felt like real animals, living and interacting with a breathing ecosystem in a semi-realistic way. The designs and the fights were not overly complicated. The monsters each felt like they belonged in the areas you fought them in, and the beasts themselves had gimmicks that made them feel real. As a player, you'd think, yeah, an animal that looked like this would fight in this way. A big red wyvern like Rathalos would fly up in the air and try to dive bomb its prey. And it's very dragon-like, so why wouldn't it breathe blasts of fire? Rathalos also highlighted how annoying and limited these gimmicks could be, and how they could turn some of the classic fights into utter slogs. Rathalos used to jump up in the air, stand in one spot outside the reach of melee weapons, pelt you with fireballs, and dive bomb you with poison claws. If you didn't have flash bombs, you were sitting there for like 90 seconds waiting for the damn thing to come down. And to avoid the claws easily, you had to sit under him and just wait. Pace killing, overlong, tedious gimmicks that required item spamming to counteract and get the actual fight rolling again was a huge issue in the old games, and Rathalos wasn't exempt. But I can't say that there wasn't a charm to these old fights. Tedious or not, the need to use tools to counter an animal using its natural abilities to defend itself is such a fun idea that has been unfortunately dwindling a little in this recent generation. And I hope the development team can find ways to strike the balance between weapon combat and item utility once again. For the third and fourth generation, Rathalos' fight changed slowly. Very similar to the original generations at first, and gradually becoming a bit more dynamic, and a bit more like what we're seeing in the fifth generation now. With a steady increase of new attacks and animations as the games went by. They also became faster, more fluid, and the verticality added to hunting that came in the fourth generation allowed us to engage much more easily with flying monsters. He also relies way less on flying beyond the reach of melee weapons, focusing much more on aerial combos closer to the ground. His look got overhauled quite a bit though. He's a lot less sharp, with his spines being shortened, rounded off, thickened. He also looks a lot bulkier, making his original render look pretty skinny. His colors also get darker and more saturated, deeper reds and blacks all over his body, and a lot more color variation. Much larger wings, now sporting these faint violets and oranges. He looks a lot more compact and muscly, which is funny considering he gets a lot faster and more agile. This is the Rathalos I played, this transition period between the classic and modern iterations. Not as gimmick-oriented as the original, but not as aggressive and combo-oriented as the modern. I still have a lot of nostalgia for fighting him atop Monster Hunter Tri's volcano and chasing him all over the cliffs of the deserted island. I'd eventually go back and fight his older incarnation in the PSP games, but the much slower tempo and reliance of item usage just wasn't quite as fun. There was also this time during Monster Hunter's 3rd and 4th generation where they loved to use Rathalos as this measuring stick to compare their new big bad flying wyverns against. Astalos and Soregios both got fight cutscenes with Rathalos in 2 games back-to-back, which goes to solidify Rathalos as this metric that other monsters can and will be compared against. Malzeno got this treatment recently, showing off how cool it is by being able to snag and drain a Rathalos very easily. So now we get to the modern incarnation of Rathalos. And quite frankly, this version is awesome, especially his Rise and Sunbreak version. His design here is really interesting. It's this cross between both previous incarnations. The bulk and general shape is still intact from the 3rd and 4th, but his colors have lost a bit of saturation, especially in the wings, and his spines look a little bit sharper than they did the last few years. It goes without saying, but the texture and detail on his new model looks immaculate. The scales and armored plating looking incredibly lifelike. In some ways, he looks more like an evolution of the classic Rathalos, as opposed to the 3rd and 4th generation versions. Now, bear in mind, when I do videos on other monsters, I'm not going to go quite as in-depth with their physical changes over the years, unless there's something drastic to talk about. I'll touch on their design overhauls, but not as much as I did in this video. And the reason for that is, as I said earlier, Rathalos is the measuring stick. He is the reflection. He is the mascot. To an extent, I'd be repeating some points over and over in each video, because a lot of the core changes in the design philosophy of every monster's models, abilities, behavior, attack patterns, movesets, hunter interactions, environmental interactions, coolness of cutscenes, integration of new mechanics across the board can be seen in Rathalos. The evolution of this one monster across the last 19 years is a one-to-one reflection of the evolution of the franchise itself. Now do you see why I disagree with the notion that he's oversaturated? Why I think he is owed more respect than he's given? Why he needs to continue as the forerunner of this franchise? It's because his history is the franchise's history. His changes are the franchise's changes. His improvements are the franchise's improvements, both as games and as a recognized part of the gaming world. Let me circle back a little bit to his fight in Sunbreak. And with a lot of these videos, I'm going to be talking about the monster's most recent fight, because I'd say 95% of Monster's best incarnations are their newest ones. And the Rathalos fight in Sunbreak is awesome. This feels like Rathalos was imagined to be all those years ago. The overhaul in his moveset here is pretty steep. Steeper than a lot of the jumps I've seen for a monster between 2 games that immediately follow one another. He's got more ground-based options. Bite attack combos. He'll take off into the air straight out of his charge attacks and combo into that fireball. He repositions in midair more, only to touch down and start up his ground combos again. He covers his former blind spot below him with tail strikes. And although he still has his single shot fireballs, he has this new roster of sweeping, arcing, full-on flame breath attacks that he's never had before. These big wind-up, high-damage, long-lasting, sweeping flame attacks. One of which he does while flying across the arena and covering this whole section in fire. They're some of the most badass attacks out there. There's so much fluidity in the animations as they change from one to another. They feel like natural follow-ups rather than a programmed sequence of events. There's very little rigidness, very little wasted time. I may sound like a broken record, but this truly is a showcase of how well the monster AI tracking, animations, and combos have improved from the slower, blockier attack, move, turn, attack, move, turn formula that the old games were restricted to. He has more airborne attacks than he has ever had, but it's less annoying because they come out so fast, flow into one another, and naturally transition between air and ground much more seamlessly. He wastes so much less of your time because of this increased intensity. There's also the heightened verticality, speed, and tool sets of we hunters as the games go on, but that's a whole other topic. There's this spectacle and velocity and power added to Rathalos and Sunbreak that's pumped so much life into his fight. And bear in mind, this is a 19-year-old boss fight, technically. And some of the most impactful changes to said fight came around only in the last 5 years, with the best additions being as recent as last summer. With a Monster Hunter 6 looming closer and closer as Sunbreak comes to the end of its development cycle, there's no reason not to believe that this fight won't further improve, considering its best changes are his most recent ones. More consistent than Rathalos' design and enhancement and fight over the years has been his gear. Rathalos' armor is almost as iconic as him at this point. It's had almost as many crossovers separate from Rathalos as its namesake has had himself. There's something really simple and yet really unique about the design. More than some other monster sets, it looks like Rathalos' bits attached to knight armor, but it doesn't look random or slapped on. The similar horn crown design on your head and his. The way the scales are arranged in arm guards, shoulder guards, and shin guards. There's a style and a substance here. A groundedness and realism to go with the spectacle. Monster Hunter nowadays definitely seems to prioritize.
So, I was cleaning out my backyard because we had a bunch of weeds and brush back there. And what I didn't know, I was taking the hedge trimmer to it, to one of the sections. I somehow cut a wasp nest, and I got stung by a wasp 3 times. Thankfully, I'm not allergic.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
It just hurt, but thankfully I didn't start getting hurt by it. But I'm sorry because of how difficult getting all that stuff chopped down and cut into all the weeds getting turned into just a bunch of nothing.
Yeah.
But today is going to be very stressful, but I don't have to do anything. It's going to be stressful on a lot of people and here in Vandalia because we have our air show going on today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we have our favorite group that performs very great air tricks, the Blue Angels, coming to as well. Everyone pretty much comes to see them.
Why are you stressed about it though?
Traffic.
Oh, traffic?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Oh,
People get up
I can understand.
people get up early in the morning, find good spots so they can actually see the air show properly. Everyone has access to like the fields and to the airport. So everyone walks around. There are sections within by the airport that people can park, go into and watch the show. Thankfully, I don't have to handle parking this year for my school for a sport. I had to do that last year. I was not a fan of it.
No, I can understand. Fucking parking's always fucking shit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to check out those models yet?
I did. I might actually use them for some FNAF stuff because of like the Samus thing. I bet it can make a good Toy Chica if I wanted.
Did you like the twins as well?
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
I mean, since you're pretty much getting one. I saw the prices on the Gumroad. I'm surprised they're not higher. The Samus I saw was 15, the twins are 10. I'm like,
It's paid for?
yeah, I was looking at I saw it was Gumroad because he made them. It's his stuff, and I was looking at it. I'm surprised how cheap they pretty much are. I thought they'd be higher on prices.
I don't know if that's legal, honestly.
I mean, he has a Patreon that you could probably download them from.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, you're selling someone's copyrighted models. Sure, it's your own version of it, but it's still, you know, it's like, I can't take. What did I say? I can't take a model from like Monster Hunter or Halo and just sell it, and just make a few NSFW changes and then just sell it. That's I don't know. I feel like that's. I don't know. I feel like that. I don't know.
I feel like it's highway robbery in a way.
But at the same time, you could make that argument for a lot of stuff, like anyone who does Patreon content. I'm not even saying this because I don't want to pay. I have enough money to do it. I'm probably gonna buy it, but I'm just a little bit worried that he'll get like copyright shit going on.
Yeah, I just saw his Patreon thing. If you're gonna get them both, it's $13 a month. If you're gonna download it via his Patreon, his Gumroad is $25 altogether.
Yeah.
Because the guy's Twitter, he makes a bunch of FNAF models. They're extremely thick. But I like the Samus and the twins because they look really good.
I mean, at least they're actually like thick.
Yeah.
Oh shit, was it? Oh, okay. I'm just gonna see. Oh, it doesn't actually. It actually worked. There we go. We don't even have to farm the Thunderbucks because I just bought them all. So, do I have the Tranks? I don't have the trap. I gotta get the trap. Flashes. Potions. That only took like, what, 1 hour or 30 minutes to get that all done?
style in its armor designs. The more modern armor sets sometimes look as though they are the monsters redesigned as humans, rather than armor enhanced with monster parts. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. I love modern Monster Hunter armor. But the grounded look that doesn't compromise on style in Rathalos' armor is such a well thought out and striking design. Take this higher level Rathalos armor from 4 Ultimate. It looks awesome, no doubt about that. But that horn crown could snap off really easily, and what are those wings on your shoulders actually gonna do? You look awesome. You look like a Rathalos made into a human. But the classic high rank armor, it's not too bulky, it's not over-designed. Those long spikes realistically might deter a creature from trying to rush you. This feasibly looks like what someone who is making armor out of dragon parts would make. Maybe a bit more stylized than what would be fully realistic, but you can see some of the practicality baked into the design. His weapons are pretty standout too. My favorite being his sword and shield. The shield being a pretty straightforward hunk of scales, but the sword looks like molten lava contained in the form of a blade. I always make it, even if I don't use it. The lance is another big favorite for me. It's his long spear tail, hyperextended. It's a perfect application of his anatomy as a weapon. His charge blade kind of looks like a flattened version of his face, and the hammer is just his head, on a stick. There's a lot to love here. His scale texture and color palette lend themselves very well to weapon design. Much like his original armor set, most of these weapons feel very stylish, but not over-designed. All maintain a fierce, sleek, fiery, and scaly motif. I usually find myself in possession of quite a few Rathalos weapons toward the end of a playthrough of a Monster Hunter game. Especially nowadays, when I can slap any weapon's design on any weapon of the same type. I find myself going back to Rathalos weapon skins a lot. I've always loved Rathalos for his station, personality, and design. But I've only never liked his fight. Now though, now I love the Rathalos fight definitively. They somehow leaned more into the flying aspect of his moveset, and yet made him more fun. That's tough. A lot of people really don't like the flying fights in these games. Feel free to disagree, but I think the enjoyment factor of Rathalos has officially gone beyond an okay fight placed on a famous pedigree. He's the best he's ever been, by a country mile, and I'm super curious to see how new mechanics, attacks, and graphics are going to push him even further going forward. Hell, if you want to talk about pushing him forward, we're already kind of there with the numerous incarnations Rathalos has gotten over the course of the games. So, this is the part where I can almost concede to the oversaturation argument. Almost. There's a lot of variations of this guy, like over a dozen of them. There's the red one, the blue one, the silver one, the dark red one with like orange racing stripes. There's the one that's kind of like the dark red one with the racing stripe, but instead it's glowy and has a watered-down moveset. There's the one from the movie with a laundry list of things that got wrong, including Rathalos' eye color. There's all of these ones. These two are just him being on fire in different ways. I will say in defense of this, most of these different versions are from various groups of large monster subcategories that they use to apply a new general idea to a host of pre-established monsters. Subspecies, rare species, apexes, deviants, zeniths, crossovers. We could have a separate conversation about Capcom making too many of these subcategories to the point where they're recycling names now. But the point is, over the last 19 years, they've had a lot of ideas to try and branch out and enhance their core monster roster. Can you honestly blame them for using the game mascot to help shepherd along these new ideas? At the very least, it makes sense. Honestly, my biggest contention with this whole debate isn't that there are too many Rathalos, but that they seem to be a bit nervous to really experiment with him. Most of these guys are just fiery Rathalos, which is cool, but not cool enough to do mildly differently a dozen times. With the expansion of his moveset that I mentioned earlier, I think it's time we expanded on his formula a little bit too. He's due for an iteration that isn't a fire-breathing dragon. Yeah, sure, that's his brand, but we get it at this point. Alright, so how did they make 13 different versions of the guy if they're not really that different. Let's start with Azure Rathalos. He harkens to the super early days of Monster Variations, where they were slightly faster, slightly tankier, slightly stronger color swaps, and that was about it. Nowadays, Monster Variations are super creative overhauls of the monster's look, behavior, and attacks, but Azure Rathalos wasn't ever one of them. Unfortunately, he still isn't. His only real distinction from Rathalos is that he fights in the air more. So people tend to hate him quite a bit, which is too bad, because the blue color looks good on him. World, the game for fresh start overhauls, really didn't...
I'm just freaking... I'm reopening it because I fucked something up. That's gonna make things a little more, like, harder for us to do. Let me reopen it. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I kind of just realized... I looked and I realized, oh wait, I'm using the wrong goddamn thing. Wait, how far did that go back? Jesus. Fuck! I do this shit again. I forgot to save. Like I said, I'm sorry about that, guys. But got that I didn't save, please still obviously. Let's do this again. Alright, don't got the frickin' traps or the casings. There we go.
Do Azure any favors. It also washed out his colors real bad. The more I look at these big green wings he had in the 3rd and 4th generations, the more I miss them. Silver Rathalos is where things start getting good. He originally suffered from faster, stronger, tougher syndrome and was made even more annoying by having a shell that reflected most attacks. He and the Gold Rathian were unfun pains in the neck for a long time. 5th generation though, these two got big overhauls, new moves, more metallic textures, and this brand new Hellfire mode that simultaneously softened their armor but gave them this high damage blue fire and an even further expansion of their movesets on top of the ones they already got. These are the definitive Metal Wraths. Silver especially is a relentless, ultra-aggressive opponent that can wall off sections of the arena with blue flame and fire off meteors that explode on a delay. Dread King Rathalos and Apex Rathalos are an odd pairing. Dread King was a decent member of the Deviant monster gimmick from the Generations games that had this cool, dark red coloration with these ornate orange patterns on his wings. Not the best of the Deviant line, but a solid monster. Apex Rathalos, much like the other Apexes, well, sucks. He took some, not all, of Dread King's moves, abandoned Dread King's cool redesign for a standard Rathalos with darker colors and some bioluminescence, and had no armor. Rise's Apexes are all watered-down versions of the superior Deviants and feel very haphazardly cobbled together. In fact, you know how I mentioned that Apex got some, but not all of Dread King's moves? Yeah, those leftover ones went to Silver. I don't even love Dread King all that much, but man, he got really disrespected. Breezing through the others, Zenith Rathalos is part of the supercharged, overly amped up Zenith gimmick from Monster Hunter Frontier. Flaming Rathalos is an on-fire Rathalos from Monster Hunter Online. Zero Ryusu and its sparkling counterpart are from another line of Frontier monsters called Burst Species. Destruction Wyvern is a crossover recolor from the Fairy Tail anime on Monster Hunter Explorer, and these two QT-looking Rathalos are called Ratha. They're the mascots of the Monster Hunter Stories spin-off series, and the Rathalos from the live-action movie is technically a greater Rathalos because it's big. Going in depth on all these guys is going to bloat the script by like 2 more pages, and so far a lot of them are exclusive to games that never came out in the States, so I have very little experience with them. But they do deserve a mention. It's as I said though, lots of fire. Different colored fire, more intense fire, different methods of dispensing fire, but fire all the same. I think it bears repeating that I would love for Capcom to get experimental with Rathalos. Let him do some new stuff. Break his archetype a little. Let him be kind of wacky. I actually really like the Razewing Ratha from Stories 2 for this reason, because he's born without wings and just has these black and blue wing limbs with no webbing or bones needed to form a wing. It makes him memorable, much more so than Fire Dragon on Fire. Honestly, I think if we get some crazy new version of Rathalos, that would satisfy a few people who think Rathalos is overstated welcome. We've got an awesome mascot in Rathalos. A full-on, badass, fire-breathing dragon. Wyvern, technically, yes, but fire-breathing Wyvern doesn't have that punch. Look, point is, he's awesome. And we are currently witnessing him become more iconic, at least in the West. It's kind of cool, right? When was the last time you remember a video game character gradually pull itself into the heights of recognition beyond fans of that character's franchise? Sure, that aforementioned movie probably didn't help much, but on the bright side, nobody saw or talked about it, so that's, I guess, good. Nowadays, I see more and more people who don't play the Monster Hunter games see him and know what they're looking at least. Even if they're not interested, the recognition is there. Monster Hunter deserves respect and appreciation, and it's getting it. And that respect and appreciation is earned partially from the beast that's carried the franchise on its back for 19 years. That familiarity, that sense of home, that sense of evolution, the thrill that there's still fresh ideas and untrodden ground in an industry of half-effort rehashes. Rathalos is not in my top 10 monsters. Probably not in my top 20. But he is at the core of my favorite video game franchise. The symbol of it. So I'll continue to sing his praises. And I'll continue to refute anyone who says he's overstayed his welcome. He needs a break. I would be upset this...
Look upon its prowess, its movement full of spark.
Not to say that any generation of Monster Hunter hasn't, but man, oh man, did the third generation know exactly what it was doing with its flagships. Back to back to back icons that heralded in new mechanics, combat design, and monster categories. I'm gonna be honest, any one of Gaiachrys, Zinogre, or Brachydios easily deserves to have this type of video made about this disorder. Zinogre gets the privilege predominantly because he's in Rise, which has the easiest to attain layers. Is Zinogre my favorite of these three? Man, I don't know. It depends on the day, and that's a big deal, because Gaiachrys was the flagship of my first game. I imagine a ton of you love Zinogre. I remember the days between World and Iceborne. I don't think there was any monster more demanded than Zinogre for the expansion. And I don't know if there was any monster more celebrated upon their announcement. For myself personally, I had an even longer time frame of anticipation to fight this monster. Falling head over heels for the franchise when Tri came out means I was on the wikis like once a week when I was young. So I knew about a game called Monster Hunter Portable 30 that was coming out in Japan. And man, did I wait for the day when it would be announced that it was coming to the US. It had to, right? And sadly it never did. I still remember a couple of the Japanese names for the Portable Third monsters because they weren't translated for a while. Those were the only versions that I was able to know. I remember back when there was only Genoga, this bizarre-looking teal blue wolf adorned in a complex arrangement of tan, yellow, earthy-colored scales, and spikes decorated in flowing white fur. I thought he was sick. I thought he didn't look like anything else that existed in Monster Hunter, which was actually true. It was just this kind of radiance of badassery just in his pose. And some of that old art of him with the full moon in the background. Fortunately, he eventually came stateside in Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, a game I lacked hardware to play. I had to wait 4, maybe 5 years after learning about this guy's existence to actually fight him. It was not until Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate came out stateside, right before which I bought a 3DS off of Buddy, where I finally got to fight this monster that I had been a massive fan of without interacting. Gotta tell ya, did not disappoint. If memory serves, 4 Ultimate Zinogre beat the snot out of me a couple of times. Monsters doing combos like Zinogre were pretty unprecedented at the time. Monsters didn't quite have agility like him. He was oppressive, relentless. It felt very unsafe to try and attack for a decent period of time. Pretty much ever since his first appearance, Zinogre has been a developer darling and a franchise golden child. And I gotta tell you, they're betting on the right horse with this. We have a lot to talk about today. A lot of ecology, a lot of attacks, a lot of gear, and a lot of insane variations. Zinogre's had a very storied 13 years so far, so let's see what he's all about. Zinogre's ecology is going to take us a little bit of time, so strap in and get comfortable. Let's start with the basics. Zinogre is a fanged wyvern, a pretty diverse and loosely defined category that consists of monsters of various bodily structures, diets, habitats, and behaviors. What is agreed upon is that fanged wyverns are quadrupedal wyverns possessing a tail and completely devoid of true flight. They are designed for terrestrial movement, having much more powerful forelimbs as opposed to hind limbs. Zinogre was the first officially classified of the fanged wyverns, and is easily the most famous of their group, being a prominent flagship, series regular, and being the only fanged wyvern in the franchise until the 5th generation, 8 years after his introduction. The first thing anyone sees Zinogre is going to gravitate to is his command over lightning. It is his most prominent feature, his most distinct weapon, the landmark of how he functions. So how does it work? The process is a multi-step one. First and foremost, a Zinogre produces very little of his own electrical power. power. Not that he doesn't create any, but most of it comes from an external source, that being a small yet populous insect known as a thunderbug. The two have a symbiotic relationship, which in of itself is a bit of a rarity in Monster Hunter, especially to this level of closeness. Certainly, there are animals in this world that stand to benefit from the actions of one another, but a Zinogre and its colony of thunderbugs are true fighting companions, each far more vulnerable without one another. See, Zinogre are the natural predator of a smaller species of birdlife, known as the Gargwa, which are, in turn, the natural predator of the thunderbugs. And from this direct relationship on the food pyramid, the thunderbugs would eventually come to congregate around Zinogre, flocking to the massive fanged wyvern in order to keep themselves safe from the Gargwa. In exchange for this protection, the thunderbugs will follow the commands of a Zinogre, fight for him, and offer up all of their own might to push the protector to the absolute limits. If a Zinogre should die, the swarm is vulnerable, and thus the two fight in perfect tandem. Unrelenting speed, dominant physical force, and searing electrical might brought together to form the fear-inspiring super predator that is a Zinogre. Now, we honestly could have just stopped there. That's cool and simple enough. Wolf eats bird, bird eats bug. Bug goes to wolf for safety, wolf becomes thunderwolf. And if that was all that was given, I think we all would have just accepted that. But the Monster Hunter team loves to go that extra mile in elaborating on the precise aspects of these monsters that allow them to do the crazy things they do. The body of Zinogre is designed in such a way that it can properly handle its symbiosis with the thunderbugs. To start, the base shell of the Zinogre is highly insulated against electricity, whilst being capable of storing some of it. It is this shell that protects the internal organs of the Zinogre from his own manipulation of the thunder element. To best control this lightning, Zinogre's body is lined with a specialized type of shell, simply known as a shocker. Within them are conductive lipids, or put simply, fatty organic compounds that allow electricity to flow through them more freely. When we get into the specifics of what a Zinogre can do, always bear in mind that it is these shockers that allow for the electrical currents to flow without issue through the beast's entire body. These shockers can produce a little bit of static electricity on their own, but again, nowhere close to the amount that the thunderbugs produce. Their core usage is taking the electricity conjured by the thunderbugs and moving it throughout the entire body of the Zinogre. The static electricity generated from the shockers, as well as some of the electricity gathered by the thunderbugs, is stored in and can be amplified by the flowing white shock fur that adorns the Zinogre's back, tail, and legs. The Zinogre's fur is an important adaptation specifically for its younger years. Remember that it is the fur that stores most of the electrical power. This is due to the fact that the shell and shockers of a young or adolescent Zinogre are still developing. If a youth pushes itself too hard, it could severely injure itself or end its own life by accident. Thus, the young Zinogre possesses a big, fluffy, prominent mane of fur, which helps to mitigate their abilities while they are still learning and growing. As it gets larger, more skilled, and more properly insulated, the fur will begin to fall out, but never in its entirety. And finally, in the process of electrical generation, mitigation, and manipulation, the lengthy, large tail of a Zinogre can be utilized to help ground itself during these electrical discharges. However, it is mostly known for its more direct physical application during combat, which we will discuss a little later. So, the Zinogre's body is a complex machine built to handle and redirect lightning. Without getting too deeply into the specifics of its moveset, what does he do with all this power? First of all, physical amplification. See, a Zinogre is already a physical powerhouse, boasting impressive speed, strength, agility, reflexes, and skill, but by itself it can be outclassed by more specialized monsters in these categories of hunting and fighting. The electricity which wreathes his entire body is dangerous enough in its own right, shocking an opponent whilst they are getting struck by a powerful attack. But on top of this, a shock of electricity to his muscles can drastically amplify their output, making them able to move faster and hit harder than the Zinogre's physical limitations ever would have normally allowed. And remember those shockers again. They are constantly sending electricity pouring over every part of the body, consistently fueling every single muscle within him with an extra layer of power. In the midst of a pitched battle, when it becomes obvious that an opponent is not going to go down easy, a Zinogre will begin to push itself and its entourage even further. As it fights, Zinogre will occasionally take time, specifically when it can create distance, to begin charging itself and its Thunderbugs, with the current stored in its fur. After the Thunderbugs gather enough power, they change into what are called Fulgurbugs, amplifying their own powers, which they then feed back into the Zinogre. The now Fulgurbugs shine brightly and constantly emit a staggering amount of electricity, and in return, they put Zinogre through a metamorphosis of his own. A bolt of azure lightning strikes the Zinogre, throwing back everything around him. Every shocker on Zinogre's body stands upright, outputting colossal amounts of electricity throughout his entire body. Claws on both his front and back paws that predominantly remain in withdrawn positions suddenly shoot out and become rigid. His fur stands on end, flowing freely and supercharged with lightning, and the pupils of his eyes dissipate, giving way to not sapphires of pure lightning. This is the aptly named supercharged state. Everything becomes amplified. His movements are faster, his combos are longer, his blows are more powerful, his voltage output is more deadly. So long as the now mutated Fulgurbugs stick with him, he will never tire. Every bit of energy exerted is immediately replenished, and therein lies the one weakness of the supercharged state. With the Shockers in an upright position, his newfound speed has cut his defenses, and the damage he takes is increased. Dealing enough damage to his Zinogre in this state will drive off the Fulgurbugs gradually, and when enough disperse, the supercharged state drops, and Zinogre is left both exhausted and in need of calling more of his swarm to his aid. At the height of his abilities, Zinogre is a multifaceted creature that is now encroaching on capabilities of more specialized animals. A supercharged Zinogre can now match the physical strength of a Tigrex, out-acrobat a Nargacuga, and exceed the elemental output of a Rathalos. Plus, let us not forget that a Zinogre wields lightning, an enormously dangerous element that a lot of powerful monsters are susceptible to. And even further, adding to the impressive might of this creature is his battle prowess. Zinogre is a warrior through and through, a creature that must be aggressive and skilled, as he has no pack to look after him. Not only does he know how to weaponize his entire body in his attacks, but he understands how to let the momentum of his body carry from one movement to another, stringing these attacks together in a way that bombards a target with hit after hit after hit. A Zinogre has 4 primary weapons that it wields in tandem to eliminate its opponents. To begin, the twin horns atop its head, as well as the spikes on its chin, are sharpened to fine points. Their predominant purpose is to stab and impale into a foe. Though effective, these are not the Zinogre's most powerful weapons, and swipes at the head are usually used to inflict cuts before a follow-up hit. The powerful forelimbs and claws attached to them are one of Zinogre's most reliable tools. The sheer impact of a hit from one of his paws can shatter armor and crack bone. If this is not enough to end a foe, the claws will. These claws are meant for digging the sides of mountains, the Zinogre's home territory, meaning that they are ridiculously durable and as long and sharp as swords. When in the supercharged state, additional claws, usually kept in an upright position, are then shocked into placement to add even more lacerating power to paw swipes from the Zinogre. A Zinogre's tail, though as previously explained can be used as a grounder, is most famous as a powerful battering weapon. Zinogre's tail is thickly armored, adorned in a tremendous amount of spines and incredibly heavy. A Zinogre loves to implement his tail swings into his combos, using his massive forelimbs to catapult his body into spins and twists and flips, the momentum sending his tail careening into foes. In many of the turf wars documented between Zinogre and other animals, it is more often than not blindsides from the tail that Zinogre uses to batter and bruise his opponents, as opposed to his overwhelming electricity, as one might assume. I would guess that most creatures expect attacks to come directly from the front. Fangs, the horns, the claws. The unexpected nature of the tail attack's direction, paired with the amount of power that this tail has to put out at the high speeds it's moving, makes it a weapon that wins Zinogre a lot of battles. And finally is the ranged aspect of the Zinogre's electrical arsenal. Physical augmentation is not the only method by which Zinogre uses electricity. When supercharged, Zinogre is capable of flinging concentrated thunderballs composed of small Fulgur bug swarms at opponents. Zinogre of different experience level and power level have further developed additional methods of weaponizing their Fulgur bugs, displaying the battle intelligence of these animals. It is no wonder that Zinogre are predominantly solitary animals. There's little to no need for them to ever group together. Even amongst the other monsters who serve as the fundamental apex predators of their respective territories, Zinogre is very dangerous, powerful, and feared, not to mention almost completely uncontested. Very few would ever dare to encroach on the territory of a Zinogre. The only creatures he would ever need to be wary of would be the Elder Dragons, or something on that level of power. And as it just so happens, that is exactly what occurred. Whether or not the Hunters Guild knew of the existence of Zinogre, they didn't bother them for several years, as it would seem that most, if not all, of the species was predominantly located around a remote area known as the Sacred Pinnacle, far from civilization. That was until an Amatsu, an enormously powerful Elder Dragon, even when compared to the rest of that category, decided that the Sacred Pinnacle was now its home, its place of residence. Its cataclysmic hurricane summoning powers drove any and all life away from the mountains it wished to lay claim to, scattering the Zinogre population to the winds and driving them to the doorstep of many towns, cities, and villages. This, unfortunately, resulted in a lifting of Zinogre hunting bans in order to protect these settlements. At the very least in the Yukumo region, this turned Zinogre into an invasive species. Again, I do not know whether or not this specific Zinogre population was scattered to the various other territories that they can now be found in, or if these other maps had their own Zinogre populations that were always there and simply hadn't been discovered before. If the former is true, and all the Zinogre you fight across the maps are scattered to the winds from an original population by Amatsu, that would make Zinogre a continent-wide invasive species, now claiming multiple new hunting grounds, and likely usurping a lot of territory from other top-level monsters. Though the Zinogre have comfortably asserted themselves as monsters of tremendous power in these new homes that they have across the world, it would seem that some have never forgotten the Storm Dragon who ripped their home away from them. Rivalries and grudges between species are not things alien to animals in our own world. It is not so far-fetched to think that such a thing can occur here as well. Though observed as solitary in just about every sighting, it is speculated that Zinogre will form small packs or herds in order to defend the young. Whether or not there is one male fathering many children, or more than one group of parents that are nearby one another for safety, or even if Zinogre lays eggs or gives live birth, all of that information is unknown. It is technically still a wyvern. What is known is that young Zinogre are parented for at least some time, taught to hunt with their claws and develop their electrical powers slowly before being left to fend for themselves. As I stated earlier, Zinogre pups have thicker, longer fur, meant to mitigate the amount of electrical energy running through their body at one time, with the fur gradually falling out. This process, and much of simply how Zinogre works, led to some questions and hypotheses of my own, so bear with me for a moment, because I think this is kind of fun. It was curious to me, why Zinogre developed lipids and shock fur capable of storing and generating electrical energy in the first place. What was the original need for this adaptation? When the developers put this amount of thought into the biology of these animals, it's fun to try and dig even a little bit deeper than what is provided. Figure out the hows and the whys that are unsaid. It occurred to me that the Zinogre's electrical adaptation may have been a response to the presence of the Thunderbugs. That's thousands of years ago. Whatever the Proto-Zinogre species was, lacked these adaptations, but still ate the Gargua, or whatever their ancestors were. This would mean that the Thunderbugs flocked to the Proto-Zinogre, a species that was vulnerable to the electrical element that these clinging insect species were now constantly emitting around them, potentially putting the population in danger. Eventually, you would have Proto-Zinogre who would develop the correct adaptations to cope with the immense amount of Thunderbugs that are now surrounding them. Over the course of hundreds of thousands of years, you would come to have a species that not only possessed the biology to tolerate these insects, but developed the intelligence to properly utilize them. In fact, there may be several species of Proto-Zinogre that gradually developed more elaborate methods of resisting, manipulating, and implementing the Thunderbugs into their combat styles, each species outperforming its ancestors as it became more acclimated to its symbiotic relationship, resulting in the full-fledged Zinogre of today, a beast that has achieved full partnership with an entire colony of electrical insects. This could be the result of hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of years of evolution, refining this one symbiotic relationship to a razor-sharp point, taking what could have possibly been just a semi-successful carnivore and transforming it into a highly effective super predator. And this could beg even further questions. Did the outermost claws of the Zinogre retract into upright positions at some point during this evolutionary cycle, becoming less needed but not fading entirely? Or are they a partially developed feature that can, as of yet, only be shocked into position by shocking those muscles into place? Do Thunderbug colonies nest near Zinogre nests to integrate with the newborn? At what point are young Zinogre introduced to Thunderbugs? And how much of a role do the parents play in teaching their young how to work with the insects? Do the differentiating electrical abilities displayed by Zinogre in a different region reflect different fighting instincts taught down different bloodlines? That's the fun part of having initial bits and pieces of information like this, the questions that they then pose. What further adds to the impressiveness of this species is the deceptively high ceiling of power that they can potentially reach. We will talk more about Zinogre's variations later, but both within and without mainline monsters, Zinogre variations have ranked amongst the most powerful monsters in some of the games they've been in. And the standard Zinogre itself seems to be a species that is actually held back. The Gargua likely play a more important role in nature's grand balance than we realize, and inadvertently are what likely keep the Zinogre populations in check. And we can draw this conclusion by seeing what Zinogre populations look like with the absence of Gargua. On the continent of the New World, this species of bird wyvern is absent, as far as we know. And the Zinogre found here are notably the most powerful incarnations of the core animal that have been observed. The Zinogre found here are larger than their old world contemporaries and have shorter fur, indicating that the population as a whole has even greater thunder resistance and control than the guild are used to. The Zinogre of the New World boast a wider range of electrical attacks, and have gone from animals capable of striking fear into any singular rival apex to beasts capable of singularly frightening off two other apexes at the same time. In the New World, it is likely that only competition over Thunderbug colonies, perhaps a larger population of other very powerful monsters, and maybe a couple of other sneaky insectivores are really all that keeps the Zinogre species in check. And what balance exists had best stay that way, for there are enormously rare, once-in-a-lifetime occurrences where Zinogre have been left to their own devices for prolonged periods of time, and have been allowed to mutate into beasts of indefinite charge. The Thunderbolt, as we will discuss later, ranks amongst the most feared powerful as Zinogre is, it is their prey that managed to keep them in line, mitigating the size of their thunderbug colonies, and thus placing an ecological limiter on what is perhaps a species only a few steps away from being amongst the most dominant on the planet. Those few extreme individuals we have seen should make the world thankful for the existence of these seemingly inconsequential little birds. It puts into perspective the complex and mysterious machinations of nature and how it keeps itself in check. Due to the fact that Zinogre is a very combat-oriented monster, the lore section covered a lot about how he fights, but now we can break down the actual gameplay a little bit more closely. Aside from the main moves in his arsenal, Zinogre's also got a handful of traits that are and were specific only to him, as well as established by him, or just simply rare across other monsters. For starters, anyone who has ever fought a Zinogre knows about his charge mechanic. He'll start every fight uncharged and will need to gradually build up to it over multiple attempts. Usually, he'll try to create a little bit of distance before planting his feet firmly and channeling energy into his thunderbolts. This has always been a bit of an odd aspect of his fight. It's iconic, certainly, but also leaves him in a static pose, not fighting back for several seconds, allowing you to get a lot of free hits in. The only real danger in attacking him while doing this is when he is fully charged and finalizes this process and enters the supercharged state. There'll be this massive electrical discharge surrounding him that'll hit any hunter attacking him. And there isn't a ton of warning before this bolt hits. Unless you're a speedrunner, he will enter this charge state at some point during the fight, no matter how many free hits he gives you. They've done a couple of things to mitigate the free hits you can get. In Iceborne, he can call down lightning bolts whilst charging. This is also something that some of his variants do. And additionally, in Rise, he'll charge at the end of an attack string. And you can see Thunderbug start to swarm him right before the attack he does where he's going to start charging. It's a cool way to try and clear some hunters out and give him space to charge, but I kind of hope they try and give him a couple more solutions to this issue. Additionally, up until Monster Hunter World Iceborne, he used to never be able to enrage until supercharged. This was a pretty unique aspect of Enrage, as most monsters just do it off of a certain damage threshold. However, it made sense why this was taken out of his mechanics in Iceborne, because if he couldn't enrage until he was charged, he very easily could have been bullied by that game's Clutch Claw mechanic. Another trait that used to be his alone was his turn speed. Until World, Zinogre used to be one of, if not the only monster that didn't turn at 60-degree intervals. He just turned right towards you, and this made him a lot faster than pretty much any of the other monsters. It's a very small and simple difference that served to make him feel a lot more dangerous than some of his contemporaries. And I'd be willing to go out on a limb and assume most of us never even noticed this, but felt it. I sure as hell didn't know this was a thing until I watched Heavy Wings' video on Zinogre to help me do a little bit of research for this video. Shout out to Heavy Wings, by the way. Very undersubbed. Check out his stuff. His content's excellent, and he does a lot of work that people like me simply don't have to do anymore because of him. Again, it makes a ton of sense why Zinogre lost exclusivity to this trait in World. The realism and fluidity of that game would have been crushed if the monsters were scooting around after you at these same 60-degree angles. It also would have made the quality of life improvements for item consumption even more of a benefit than they already are. The way I see it, it's not that this makes Zinogre less special, it just makes him ahead of the curve. Speaking of, Zinogre is one of the original and most proficient combo-oriented monsters that older Monster Hunter had to offer. Chaining attacks together certainly didn't begin with Zinogre, but he pushed it further than most monsters ever could for that time. And as he has progressed throughout his appearances, he's only gotten better at it. He typically has a few 1 or 2 hit combos in his uncharged state, but it's when he's supercharged that the nutty starts happening. Headbutts into multi-paw slams, bites into backflips, diving lunges into hip checks. The guy's all over the place, throwing everything and probably the kitchen sink at you at every angle, allowing only a little bit of breathing room after some of the more heavy-hitting strikes. Now, we have Sunbreak, and monsters being able to combo their moves from one to the other is just a staple of the gameplay. It's a necessity
closed
to
me
balance
out.
them out
I
against
don't
the
know
Hunter
how.
power
You're
creep.
back.
Yeah, it closed me out. I don't know how. I was off it for a bit, and I just had it turned off, and it closed me out. Apparently, I never closed the app. It's just weird. About 7 in the morning.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, good to see. Hey, what are you doing? Stop crawling on the chairs, will you? Love you too. Ooh, excuse me.
Now, if I'm lucky, I only need 2 more hunts left. Or 3.
Huh?
I'm close to finishing the Raklos set.
Oh. That's good.
Oh, Dragon Knight ores, what I think. Legs. I need 6 Dragon Knight. I'm 8 speed of yours. Now I'm on, I'm gonna get something. Hold on. Be right back.
Okay, no. Swear to God. Ugh. My backyard looks so much better now. It's not as crazy. On you.
I'm just gonna eat now that I got my dinner, aka the spaghetti I made about 6 hours ago. Well, whenever 12 a.m. was.
It was almost. Why can't I do the math in my head?
It's funny to think that
that's all right.
Zinogre's been a little bit
it was almost 8
outpacing a
hours,
gimmick
yeah.
that he was once the master of.
Almost.
But once
It's
again, I
7:42
don't think it
right
does
now.
anything to make him worse or less special. He's still an absolute blast to fight, honestly. He fights
Well,
like a break
I know what
dancer.
I'm doing today.
This
I'm going to be on
whirling
my PlayStation
wolf
doing-
firing off
playing
screen.
Dragon Ball,
Nice.
and I'm playing Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. I decided to restart my game because I have all the current DLCs, so I get to have fun playing Bardock now.
Yeah.
I just wish I can have Super. I just wish he can go Super Saiyan, if anything, to get a special achievement.
Streaks of lightning every
Yeah.
which way, spinning and flipping and whirling his
Because
tail
funny
around.
enough,
If
he
you
could
fight him
Bardock
enough
could have had a
times,
chance
you
to go
eventually
Super
get a
Saiyan
good
during
tell for what he's
his
going
final
to throw
bout with
out,
Frieza.
subconsciously
Right, he never
remembering
had
his
that
combos. And
enough
even if I'm used
power
to him now,
it.
doesn't mean he's not fun. And one other thing that is not unique to him, but a trait rarely found in other monsters, is when he is knocked down, you are able to harvest the Fulgur bugs off of his back with a bug net. A couple of other monsters have similar qualities, such as Basarios and Uragon having backs you can mine ore off of, but either way you slice it, Being able to harvest materials off of a still living monster is just a really cool mechanic. His kit has expanded gradually from Portable Third in 2010 all the way to Rise Sunbreak in 2022, with very little being taken out along the way. His toolkit has had a very nice gradual build, which has allowed him to always feel fresh in every game, something that can't necessarily be said for every veteran flagship monster. A lot of his most famous moves have been around since the early days. He's always had his headbutt, his full body check, his tail backflip, his paw slams, and my all-time favorite, the full 360 leaping tailspin. He's also got diving lunges and an upper body slam down. Perhaps his most iconic ability is to fling out thunderbugs in these curved shot projectiles, angled in such a way that they can always aim right for you at a high velocity. When he's supercharged, he has a signature attack called Thundercall, where he howls and his Fulgurbugs rain down massive bolts of lightning in several places around him. He also has this move where he does a running leap into a body slam onto his back. I love this move because it's insanely goofy, kind of impractical, and is the best time to do some reliable... monsters and the Elder Dragons are really easy to do for videos like this. They're very famous, they have a lot of fans, they are very...
There we go. Oh man. I was having so much problems with that yesterday.
standout highlight monsters. They're the big events
Focus on our next
advertised
job.
for you to come hunt.
That's
The
it.
big grand challenges.
I don't-
with weapons
don't you
in
dare
every
start attacking me,
category,
Tom. I
and
swear to
multiple
God.
versions of their musical themes.
That's it.
Big spectacle attacks and tons of cutscenes, lots of build-up. I don't want to burn through all of them super fast. I want to keep some balance in the release of these monster highlight videos. A mix between the grand and the humble. Second reason. Not every monster that is important to me is a flagship or a super powerful boss monster. There's a few hundred of these creatures now, and there's a lot of these low and middle tier difficulty encounters that have had just as lasting impacts on me as well. And since I try to inject my own story and my own connection and feelings towards the world of Monster Hunter into these videos, to help them be distinctly mine, it helps to talk about the monsters that really stick out to me, big and small. Third, as cool and badass as a lot of the Elder Dragons are, most of their lore revolves around what they do, not how they do it. Elder Dragon biology can often boil down to, this dragon generates electrified ice beams from its elbows. Experts believe that they might be able to control these beams using the goofy-looking arrangement of horns on their head, but your guess is as good as theirs. Due to the fact that the powers and abilities of the lower level monsters are less divorced from reality than those of the more powerful monsters, it is far easier for the people who make these games to devise possible evolutionary methods and biological reasonings for why these creatures can do what they do. For this reason, the lore of some of these weaker monsters is often more fascinating than that of the big spooky doom dragons. So Royal Ludroth and I, what does our history look like? How has he left an impact on me? Let me...
Oh, shit. Okay.
Let me rewind you back a little bit to the Teostra video. In that video, if you remember, I poked fun at the younger me, sharing that in my original playthrough of Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, I played a weapon I really didn't know, using armor that I only looked at the defensive stats of, and kinda sorta really still didn't know what skills were. Now, if you're even more familiar with your CR Volcanic lore, you will remember that Freedom Unite was not my first Monster Hunter game. Tri was. And if I was that bad playing my second game of Monster Hunter, can you imagine what a window-licking, square shape in round hole-putting doofus I was playing my first? Let me put it this way. Forget the skill system. I barely knew how to upgrade weapons and armor for an embarrassingly long period of time. This is where our sponge main friend comes in. I defeated the Great Jaggy, struggled past the Kurapeko, but I was walled off by Royal Ludroth. I did not have the damage to get through him. I don't know if Tri had somewhat bloated monster health in comparison to unupgraded weapon damage output, because I really haven't bumped into something quite like this afterwards, or perhaps I was really just that bad at the game. Couldn't remember. But whatever reason being, I could not beat him. If I didn't triple cart, I timed out every single time for like a week. I probably failed that quest a half dozen times, maybe. Fun fact, I was really hoping to get an emulator of Tri Ultimate up and running to try and recreate this scenario the best I could, but my laptop couldn't run the thing very well. Unfortunate. So I was stuck. I didn't try and make new gear. I didn't look up guides online. I just didn't think to do those things. I just kept beating my head on this wall for a couple of days, but the wall didn't want to budge. I needed help. I needed to learn from people who knew what they were doing. And so it was the immovable, fluffy yellow wall that was Royal Ludroth that forced me to delve into the glory that was Monster Hunter Tri's online play. I'm not going to dive too deep into this, but anyone who played Tri knows that Loch Lac was damn cool. The gateway that led to all the different rooms, the massive desert city in the background, the huge hub with all these different facilities. Wasn't perfect, but that place is home to me. Please bring Loch Lac back, Capcom. Or at least a city gathering hub. It was too good, man. My memory is a little fuzzy on whether or not Monster Hunter Tri was my first major online gaming experience. It was either that or the first-person shooter called Conduit. Raise your hand if you have any idea what Conduit is. I played them both around the same time, and these two were massive factors when it came to me as a video game fan. They got me into competitive and cooperative gaming. I bought Monster Hunter Tri for a bunch of my friends so we could play together because I loved the game that much. I still play modern Monster Hunter with those guys nearly 15 years later. That's what Royal Ludroth did for me by kicking my dumb ass until I got the message. And he will never not be amongst my all-time favorites for that. And it can't be understated that the Royal Ludroth had a major impact on Monster Hunter simply as a whole. Although he's not the first underwater monster you meet, and not the poster boy of the Leviathan monster category, he is the first underwater boss and first Leviathan in the entire franchise that you ever fight properly. He is the tutorial for proper underwater combat, the introduction to one of the best monster categories in the entire franchise, and if you want to look at it a certain way, the beginning of the entire third-dimensional shift to Monster Hunter gameplay. Underwater has been absent for a long time now, but in its place we have received a lot of vertical combat, a lot of three-dimensional movement, to the point where in Monster Hunter Rise, we are back to having sustained three-dimensional movement via wire bugs. And speaking of Rise, due to the virtue of him having a pretty decent ground-based moveset and lacking some of the technical problems that Lagiacrus and Ignactor have been suffering, he's the only of the original Tri-Leviathans who has made his way into the 5th generation, and heralded in a good chunk of new ones too. Royal Ludroth was kind of a first glance to where this franchise was going to be headed. Alrighty, so let's take a look at how this guy functions. Why does this crocodile, lizard, lion looking thing have a giant sponge coming out of the back of his head anyway? Well, to go over that, we need to downsize a little bit. Anyone who's ever fought a Royal Ludroth no doubt is aware of its pack of smaller lookalikes, simply named Ludroth. The Ludroth is a species of reptilian, yellow-green scaled quadrupedal aquatic omnivores, predominantly predators, but they can eat vegetation. Their forelimbs have developed separate toes and sharp claws, whilst their hind limbs are essentially just flippers which improve their ability to swim and hunt for fish. They lack gills, but are capable of staying submerged for extended periods of time, and never stray too far from plentiful bodies of water. The Royal Ludroth is an alpha male ruling over a pack of mostly female Ludroth, with the possible inclusion of a few juvenile males. See, Ludroth as a species produces far more females than the males. However, the females will never reach the size and strength of a full-grown male, and it is these alpha male Royal Ludroth who singularly tend to the needs of the entirety of its pack of females, which can include anywhere from 10 to 20 numbers, meaning that the species likely evolved to produce less males, as they simply didn't need a 1-to-1 ratio for their species to thrive. A singular Royal Ludroth is all a pack needs to successfully hunt, produce young, tend to the eggs, and protect nesting. A Royal's maid is fundamental to fulfilling all of these tasks. See, Ludroth need to stay moist in order to survive. Their body produces a mucus that allows them to move and to function properly. If a Ludroth starts to dry out, it runs the risk of dying. I compared the Ludroth to crocodiles a little bit ago. I'll talk a little bit more about that in this combat section, but this aspect of their biology kind of makes them more akin to gigantic newts or salamanders, mucus-producing creatures that require moisture to function and survive. This is why you will never find them straying too far from sources of water, the females especially. To help them remain moist and function outside of the water, Ludroth develop a sponge-like material around their necks and upper torso. That's what the yellow patches on their backs are. Anytime you've ever carved an immature sponge of a Ludroth, that's what that is. Females and juvenile males can only grow very small manes, only allowing them brief time out of the water. They're also not particularly graceful or fast, so they will only venture far from a body of water if they hear potential prey struggling, or if they are summoned by a royal to assist in battle, or if Capcom just doesn't put underwater combat in Monster Hunter. As one can guess, having a gigantic mane of this water-retaining sponge-like material allows a Royal Ludroth to bypass many of the shortcomings of his kin. He can last much longer on land without drying out, allowing him to travel much farther inland so that he can hunt for food for his pack. This is kind of a cool inverse of lions, actually. In that instance, the males are fewer in number and do hunt but leave most of it to the females. Ludroth packs also have way less males, but it is the lone male that is the most successful hunter, whereas the more plentiful females are capable enough predators, but not the primary food earners. That's kind of a cool contrast. The Royal Ludroth's mane serves a few more key purposes. The first is strength display. As with many animals who have an aspect of their physiology they show off to attract a mate, a bigger mane means a stronger Royal Ludroth. A stronger Royal Ludroth is a more successful Royal Ludroth. A Royal will attempt to ward off rival males by displaying their mane and horn crest on them. If this is ineffectual, the two Royals will eventually come to blows. The victor will control the pack. The usurping of a pack of Ludroth is not an uncommon occurrence. Mating rights are fiercely contested, and a male that has instilled himself as an alpha may be driven away after only a couple of months. Additionally, the massive amount of water that a Royal Ludroth can retain is pivotal to the process of cultivating new Ludroth. The females make their nest on the shore, and obviously need to guard these nests, thus spending much less time hydrating themselves. A Royal Ludroth will go to the nesting females and shake water from its mane to keep them hydrated while they guard the eggs. Come to think of it, one singular Royal Ludroth does an absolute ton of work to maintain. Kind of makes me like him more, reading up on all the functions and responsibilities this guy has. Makes his mane a lot cooler too. At face value, it's kind of like, oh, lion, but marine reptiles. Neat. But the team thought up a dozen functions for this thing to have to keep this species going. And I'm not even done with what this big, massive sponge can do yet. Damn, man, Monster is a really underrated fictional setting. Finally, the spongy mane of these animals serves as both an offensive tool and as armor when in combat. I will elaborate more on how Royal Ludroth fights in his combat section of this video, but in brief summation, the main protects a lot of major internal organs for Ludroth, and can be a tough material to get through. Having his main damaged will likely have long-term detriments for a Royal Ludroth, but better the main than his actual body. In terms of offense, the massive amounts of water stored in the main can be brought into the Ludroth's internal organ, Aqua Sac, to mix with the mucus substance his body generates to form a watery projectile that the Royal Ludroth can spit from his mouth. It is far from the epitome of elemental prowess, and it cuts into the Ludroth's valuable moisture supply, but it is an effective option to batter an opponent with at a range. I got a few more interesting tidbits of ecology about the Ludroth. They are apathetic parents, leaving their young to fend for their own as soon as they're born. The claws of a Royal Ludroth are far more of a movement tool than a combat tool. When a Royal Ludroth is exhausted in combat, it doesn't go looking for food to eat, as most do. It rehydrates itself by bathing in waterfalls or in open water to revitalize its energy. This is one of the more unique methods a monster has to overcome fatigue. Very good. Ludroth are pretty successful marine predators due to their numbers and swimming prowess, but they're not the best terrestrial hunters. On land, they usually eat pretty opportunistically, only when the chance arrives. They'll steal kills or interrupt a losing battle to score an easier meal. Additionally, there's a wealth of uses for their body parts. Their meat is said to taste very good, their sponges have different uses, especially in clothing, and a lot of their body parts can be utilized for boat craftsmanship, their tails especially. Now, in the greater scheme of monsters, Ludroth are effective hunters, great swimmers, possess some very useful adaptations, and are effective in a team, but they still exist on lower rungs of the food chain. An entire pack of Ludroth would likely be fried in an attempt to ward off an intrusive tyrant. And I'd be comfortable in saying that on land, a Royal Ludroth would struggle with something as common and mid-level as a Rathian. Ludroth do not exist at the height of the ecological pecking order in any situation. But they are impressive, they are dangerous, and they are quite good at what they do, sitting comfortably as monsters to be wary of along coastlines and within the rivers and lakes of dense forests. Remember what I said about lower tier monsters having a ton of interesting and complex ecology? As I've said before, the hyperbolized realism of Monster Hunter is not what I value the most about the monsters of Monster Hunter, but I think this attention to detail, this thoughtfulness, this creativity granted via the flexible limits of real-world science, the connectivity and relation and inspiration between these fictitious animals and the animals of our real world, this wholly unnecessary level of craftsmanship that goes into these animals. And I do mean animals, not just video game enemies, not just bosses, but full-on living creatures in this video game. This is why the monsters of Monster Hunter stand the test of time. It's why those of us who play these games remember all 200-something of their names without even really thinking about it. Another game might have called this guy Hydro Lion or Absorber Beasts. No, he's Royal Ludroth. And although he's not a massive fan favorite, he's enormously memorable. And that memorability comes simply from the luck of being designed by the Monster Hunter team. That whole spiel I gave about his biology, that was kind of cool, right? Pretty informative. For a minute, you kind of forget that in terms of the Monster Hunter hierarchy, this guy is probably the top of low-tier difficulty. In game terms, kind of just a speed bump. Quite impactful in Try as the first ever underwater fight in the whole franchise, but in future releases, he's not a big deal. He and his Ludroth are good low-tier threats for oceanic and rainforest maps. They're effective map ecology flusher-outers. He's a good fight if you're just hunting for fun or need something from him in the endgame, but he is never the highlight monster of the map. And yet all that thought went into design of him. He has all that biological info. I don't call him low tier and unimpactful in the grand scheme of things to denigrate him. I say it to make the point that there's so much craftsmanship and effort and care and attention to detail in everything that this team makes. Furthermore, extremely fleshed out monsters like Royal Ludroth serve to ground and or contrast from some of the wilder, more fantastical, more unexplained monsters in the series roster. Monsters so well thought out as Royal Ludroth serve to either affirm that some of these wackier, crazier, more inexplicable, more mysterious monsters with more out there powers do indeed have a biological explanation for how they live and function. We just don't know the answers to that very well. Or, the groundedness of Royal Ludroth serves to add a layer of mystique, fear, and awe to these monsters who defy the laws. Pick your poison as to which way you look at this. Personally, I think it's a bit of column A and a bit of column B. Okay, so we've talked a little bit about the fighting prowess of the Royal Ludroth. Now let's talk about his actual moveset. Despite being in 3 major Monster Hunter titles, not including expansions, Royal Ludroth hasn't really changed too much. He's been handed a few new moves over the years, we'll discuss, and has had some speed changes coinciding with the relative speed of the game that he's in, but there isn't too much of an evolution here. And I'm sure he could stand to benefit from a few new tweaks here and there as he finds his way into future installments, but quite honestly, I don't think he needs too much more than he has. Do bear in mind that he is a low-tier monster and should not be expected to be ripping the world asunder with every attack he does. He's got a few of your standard Leviathan physical attacks. A sliding charge forwards, a double tail hit, claw swipes, an attack where he curls up his body and lashes out with his head and tail in 2 different directions, chain bite attacks, and forward whips. Stuff that you see Lagiacrus and Ignactor. Dependable attacks to be repurposed on similar skeletons. Now, the reason why I was always associating Royal Ludroth with crocodiles in my head is because of his roll attacks. I just kind of paired him up with the crocodile or alligator death roll that they do, even though he rolls into you rather than grabbing you and rolling you underwater. Actually, come to think of it, that'd be kind of sick. You should do that. He can do this full body roll attack just by itself or out of a hip check. They're pretty well telegraphed, but if you have bad positioning, it's tough to get out of the range of his full body. Probably one of the most effective and most defining tools in his arsenal. In terms of his water attacks, as I stated earlier, he can't do anything ridiculously crazy, but he has a couple of tricks. His standard usage of water is firing off a number of these projectiles at various angles in front of him. Occasionally, there will be lingering, bubbling effects of this water on the ground that can deal damage with water. Not too sure what causes them to stick around. Maybe the mucus hasn't quite dissipated yet. I don't know. He will often combine his water projectile attack with a charge forwards, moving globs of water to and fro as he rushes around the arena. When agitated, he'll use the agility granted to him by his slippery body to turn rapidly on a dime and chain his charges together. This attack reminds me a lot of the very similar projectile bolstered charge attacks we've seen from the likes of Yankaku and Gypsaros. Not a connection I was expecting to draw, but kind of neat to see a traditionally bird wyvern attack adapted for a Leviathan. His only other interaction he has with the water element is that when he's in an area with wet ground and does his body slam attack, it'll kick up a big splash of water and that can inflict a splash zone. Nothing earth-shattering here, but some cool stuff that serves to continue to make him distinct. His moveset underwater is also pretty simple, but to be fair, Try Ultimate were the first and so far only underwater Monster Hunter games out there. So it would make sense that his toolkit isn't the most developed, considering he was effectively a tutorial for the space. He gets his claw swipe, his dash, his water projectile shot, and his chain bite attacks underwater. His biggest new tool here is an upwards flick of his tail that hits in front of him, really great for catching hunters that are attacking his head and his mane. For the majority of the games he's in, Royal Ludroth really doesn't change all that much. Portable Third slowed him down, and slowed a couple of other monsters down just in general. Try Ultimate brought that speed back up, and then Generations and Generations Ultimate did pretty much nothing new with him at all. He's just the ground-based Royal Ludroth that you fought in Try Ultimate. Monster Hunter Rise, specifically the Sunbreak expansion, offers up easily Royal Ludroth's best fight. Rise is the fastest Monster Hunter game to date, and in Sunbreak, a lot of the roster got speed, aggression, and combo extensions to keep up with the immense speed and maneuverability of the hunters. Royal Ludroth was no exception. He poses a half-decent threat, simply from just how fast he can go. His water-spewing charges are probably the most dangerous thing he has on his sleeve. If you're not careful, it's easy to get hit in fairly rapid succession by him. Rise also adds probably his coolest attack that he's got. He swings his head in an arc around him, trying to trip you up and knock you into the air. If he is successful and you don't have a wire block to dodge in midair, he will chain the head sweep up into a full body roll, ending in the tail sweep. I really love how fluid the animation in this is. So yeah, nothing too flashy and not a lot that no other monster can do, but it's a fun moveset to deal with that has some potential to catch you off guard. There have been instances of me fighting Afflicted Royal Ludroth in Sunbreak and getting to pretty low health due to getting hit in a rapid succession. He does what he does really well, and I think his series of various full body roll attacks are what really give his moveset its identity. I'm glad that Sunbreak leaned into that aspect of him with this move. And the improved animation quality of Sunbreak just allows him to move in a way that looks better than he ever has. Royal Ludroth has always had a damn good design. Sleek, simple, distinct, colorful, communicates his core concept across screen. He's a reptilian aquatic lion, a spongy mane as opposed to a furry one. I think he's one of the cooler low-tier monsters. Lower-level monsters usually sport some of the more eccentric and quirky designs and personalities, but Royal Ludroth carries himself as a bit more of a badass than some of his contemporaries. I don't always love the darker colors of the 5th generation, but I do think Royal Ludroth benefited from this minor design overhaul. His colors blend into one another a bit more naturally, and he just looks a bit more threatening. Though the pose they chose for his official render definitely helps. Another thing Royal Ludroth hugely benefited from was the graphical fidelity update of the 5th generation. Yeah, a lot of the monsters look great, but one comment my buddies and I were making when Rise came out was, holy, look how good Royal Ludroth's mane looks. You could definitely see what they were going for with Try. I could always tell it was supposed to be a sponge, but the texture was always so fleshy. It kind of looked like it had melting yellow clumps of meat coming off. A little bit. Royal Ludroth in Rise almost looks like a plush toy. Dude's growing a mutated yellow couch out of his neck. It's some of the coolest texture work I've seen in a while. Yeah, scales and armor plating looks great and all, but you see that on everything. Ludroth's sponge mane was only made cooler, more prominent, more distinct in this game. They made another outstanding visual change with Royal Ludroth and Rise as well. They always had this really cool effect when a Royal Ludroth was exhausted. Its mane would deflate and sag because it was running out of water, and he had to go rehydrate. They kept that in Rise, but now they wash a ton of his color saturation out when he gets exhausted. You can physically see his body drying out. It's a pretty fantastic effect that just keeps adding more life to this guy. Someone on the development team must really like Royal Ludroth because they treat him very well. There's a lot of other stuff to like here. The fact that his upper body is built for land maneuverability and combat, and his lower body is designed for aquatic traversal. The odd-looking way the green scales on his tail give away to this kind of bone-colored armor plating at the tail's end. I was never really too sure why they went with that design choice. I loved the orange glow his eyes would get when he was underwater in Try. I really like the crown of horns he's got that further adds to this lordly visage. I love that his head structure is kind of feline, kind of reptilian, keeping him in line with both of his inspirations, not looking too much like one or the other. Heck, I even like the brown spots that just add a little bit of extra color to the mane, and the spikes he's got coming out of his elbow. He's just really good, dude. What a masterfully executed concept. Let's take a lion, cross it with a marine reptile, turn his mane into a sponge to add to the aquatic theme, and then find all these cool ways that we can play off the sponge mane, and how that affects his biology and the females who follow him. Love this guy's design. I am definitely a bigger fan of Royal Ludroth's weapons than I am his armor. But his armor is by no means bad. I'll elaborate in a little bit. In pretty much every set he has, they go full force with a sponge in his armor crafting. For his higher rank armor, the male and female are pretty much identical up until the headpiece. Same massive spongy overcoat, same spongy boots, same sponge sleeves. And when you get to the headpiece, the male has this forward-pointing mane of sponge spikes, and the female gets this funky-looking hairstyle made from the sponge material. Pretty cool. I do like the coat. I think that's always been a memorable look. The main material is said to be fairly durable, so I guess that makes sense practically as armor. It's not bad looking at all. I'll give a quick nod to some of these other sets he has. The high-rank gunner gear slims things down, loses the coat. I like the goggles they add, especially on the male headpiece. And as we'll see, each Ludroth armor set gives a new hairstyle made out of the sponge material, which is a neat gimmick that they stuck with. Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate added the XR and R armor, which are made out of Hyper Royal Ludroth parts.
Alright. Yes, I completed the set. Fuck. Yes.
Good job.
Oh, how long did that take? Oh, 4 hours. Oh. 4 hours of grinding. Get the full set. Well, now time to hunt Barry off.
Thank you.
Tail. Your fangs.
You know what? Papa, we're done.
We're not done. Daddy isn't done speaking. You will come back here. Daddy demands you to come back. Come back right here, or Daddy's gonna get really angry. I'm sorry, I don't mean to do that to you, Pookie Bear. But it's just... sometimes you make Daddy so angry that...
I'm sorry. I just scared. You know what? Papa, we're done.
We're not done. Daddy isn't done speaking. You will come back here. Daddy demands you to come back. Come back right here.
guess we're fighting Diablos. Ah, shit. Shit. Say goodbye to your tail. Come on now. He only wants to charge now. honestly, I thought that'd be really hard, but I don't know, because I was told that Diablos was kind of like a pain in the ass in the older games before World. I don't really see it. I have to fight Giganox. No. I was told it's a bad monster, and I remember having a bad time with it. Oh god. Hold on, I'm gonna do some research here. What is Giganox weak to? Fire, okay. should do the trick. Hope you're ready for this. Oh, I can fly now. Ah, I forgot the traps. It wasn't even that hard. I thought people kept telling, people kept saying that this was a shitty fight. You know, it wasn't really that hard or anything. Fuck! damn it! What a waste of time. I didn't even get the thing I needed. Oh, shit. Fuck, man. I gotta keep frickin' getting the resources, so I have to keep fucking fighting these fucking monsters when I should be fighting the Elder Dragon. Oh, I'm so sorry if this is boring for you all. I have to fight the same shit over and over till we get the shit we need.
If you don't know, Hyper Monsters were simply the amplified endgame version of monsters for Generations Ultimate. They're equivalent to Frenzy, Tempered, or Afflicted monsters. A lot of variations on what we know here. Spongy clothes, spongy hairstyle. Side note, though I never got too deep into Generations Ultimate's endgame, I really liked that it had more than the standard one set of high rank, one set of G rank armor sets, Blade Master, and Gunner, and that was it. Letting the developers explore some new ideas. I hope we get this back. In hindsight, every monster having only 2 armor sets per gender in Rise is a bit of a bummer. Generations Ultimate's over here with 6 per gender in a couple of cases. Especially now that we can make layered armor, bringing back the XR and R sets or something in that similar vein, I think would be pretty phenomenal. And come on, we all know that fashion hunting is the actual endgame. Give us a couple more options. The G-Rank Gunner armor is my favorite for either option. Neither of them are wearing pants, and they're the least spongy of pretty much any of the sets. Now, what we're all the most familiar with are these 2 sets. The G-Rank Blade Master armor, or simply the default Master Rank armor in Rise and Sunlight. The female keeps the hair piece, but gets a hat on top of it, and I really like this dress she has. The male armor actually goes for like a sponge samurai. It's probably my favorite design out of all these sets. The headpiece looks really, really good. Instead of making it look like clothing, they molded the sponge into a more armor-like shape. These are some really solid designs here. Royal Adroth has some pretty neat sets all around. Pretty distinct, a bit iconic in their own right, though they are, for the most part, a little one-note. They're all sponge clothes of various styles and shapes and aesthetics with a neat-looking hairstyle on top, with the exception of the Master Rank. The reason I think Royal Ludroth armor could be a bit better is because his weapons exist. See, his armor may utilize his most famous asset, but his weapons maximize their creativity by using all of them. I said in my Wrath video that I appreciated the fact that his gear relied on trying to make armor and weapons that looked like conventional armor and weapons with Rathalos augmentation. I really appreciate when the gear we make really looks like it was made from the body parts of the monster beast. And I love the Teostra armor to death, but Teostra ain't made out of metal. Breaks the immersion just a little bit. I also said that the bits on sticks weapons can get boring if done really terribly like World did. But Royal Ludroth weapons are pretty peak Monster Hunter weapons. His mane, his scales, his bones, his spikes, his claws, his fins, they all make their way to Royal Ludroth. This is what it means to not be wasteful with a successful kill. His bones usually serve as the weapon's base, sharpened bones or claws making up the blades. His scales add color, and chunks of his mane are often used as a decorative accessory to bring the whole design together. Looking at a few favorites, his greatsword was a weapon I made way back in Trump. Always loved how this thing works. The blue ropes tying the sponge to the hilt at the bottom of the blade, the sharpened bone for the blade, the rose claws going down the back half of the sword. This one has just a great shape and a lot of fun. I like that the dual blades and sword and shield have the same core sword with a different weapon on it. The dual blades has a second sword lacking the sponge attachment, and the shield has a really nice fan of claws. I love how the bow ends with tips of its claws that both meet at the bone. And the big circular sponge right in the middle of the weapon is just kind of a cool decorative flair. His hammer has always looked fancy. Maybe his best look is this hood of spongy material tied back and encircling this massive bone bundle. His hunting horn is easily his goofiest weapon, being a twin set of speakers on a stick, and it's got this cool crown of spikes on it. I love the spiral arms. The shield modeled after his head crest, the aforementioned spiral sponge going all the way up the bone lance, the hand guard made out of bits of the sponge and some of his claws. But as much as I love this lance, I gotta give the honor of best Royal Ludroth weapon to the shotguns. Look at this one. It's this triple barrel harpoon thing, this crossbow firing mechanism sticking out of the side here. It's really kick-ass design with a ton of color, great use of the green and yellow with that blue golden part returning as accents. The thing looks sick. I've said it like 3 times, I'll say it again. Someone on this development team really likes Royal Ludroth. These weapons are pretty top-notch. Maybe not the coolest ever, but they have so much personality. Love this. Really glad layered weapons exist left. The last thing we need to cover is Royal Ludroth variations, of which he has one. The purple Royal Ludroth. Purple Royal Ludroth is not bad, visually at least, and the fight doesn't look horrible either. Though he is a poison monster, so I'm assuming he's probably not anybody's favorite. Unfortunately, I have not yet been able to play Tri-Ultimate. I got my 3DS right before 4 Ultimate came out. My 3DS is currently broken, and my laptop ain't beefy enough to run it on an emulator. When I eventually upgrade, I'll be able to give it a proper shot, but that's something to look forward to in the future. Though I can watch gameplay online and just look up what he does. So that's what I did. Visually, I think he looks pretty good. I do prefer the original, but I like this color scheme. Being a third-generation subspecies who hasn't come back since then, he's not a crazy departure from the base Royal Ludroth. Lore-wise, he rarely swims, and he's never seen with a pack, which makes sense as he would be an active deadly. The purple Royal Ludroth's body is potent toxic. Turn his mane purple and it mixes with the water he stores to add a poisonous edge to his water weapons. He doesn't do too much new in terms of actually dispersing his elemental power. They just now inflict poison instead of water. Honestly, I think it would make sense and be kind of cool if they did both. I don't think we have a poisoned water monster. I take that. He keeps his water projectiles, spewing charge, and splashing body slam. But they all have their elemental swap. Also, he kicks up a poison cloud when he swipes his claws. Honestly, I think the coolest thing this guy can do is a running leap into a barrel. That animation's pretty cool. Though I don't think the purple mane looks as good as the yellow, I do like how it looks with the rest of it. He swaps a darker forest camo green for a very pale, almost kind of gray. Also, his horns and claws have lost their blue tint and have gained a brighter scarlet red. I like this one. And as a complete package, I think he's cool enough. Again, I know a lot of people don't particularly love status effect monsters. I'm going to be honest, I really don't mind them. Poison especially. I'd be happy to see him if he made his way into a new game.
Dash at you, or leap from a distance. Sometimes he'll jump onto the ceiling and cling there, and will try and jump down on you. Kezu has lightning abilities. He can create an electric field, or he can send thunderbolts at you that cause paralysis. These attacks are generally the most dangerous parts of Kezu. He's quick to initiate the electric field, so you have little time to back away, and the paralysis projectiles split into 3, making them hard to dodge. When enraged, his projectiles split into 5, and he can leap while covered in the electric field. These specific additions were added in Freedom 2 and New Light. It is also worth mentioning that Kezu likes to scream.
Oh, there we go. Holy shit, my body hurts. Holy shit, oh my god. Oh, fuck my eyes. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Shit, I gotta take